So Ian Smith is the one on the infield. Hasn't set a time yet, so not a good start to the morning for Ian Smith. Well, that ends the tuning session for the Briggs class. William Ruffell will be the fastest through with a 36.7. So a good lap there from William Ruffell, and we'll wait to see how that plays out for him in the time trials. Chris Cox into the second spot with a 36.9. Then Glenn Mears with a 37.3. Jonty Phillips in fourth with a 37.4. Next up's going to be the Rotax Junior class for their tuning run. Good field of drivers in this one. And we're underway for the tuning run for the Rotax Junior class. Some real good names in here. We look likes of Levi McMillan, the reigning Mainland Series champion. Ryan Gallagher in this field as well, a quarter midget driver, new to the class last year, and he's now into his second season into Speedway, so going into a bit of a dual motorsport career here for Ryan Gallagher. Looking forward to seeing what he'll be able to do in this class this weekend. First time's going to come in very shortly here. And it's, of course, lap one, so time's not going to be anywhere near what they'll be at the end of the tuning run. Oh, a little bit of contact there from Louis Smith and Cooper McLeod, those two make a little bit of contact through turn 3. First competitive times on the board, a 33.7 by Zach Tucker. Josh Hill into second at 34.0. And then it's Robbie Bass at 34.3. Ben Gormack at 34.8. Then we go back to Ryan Gallagher into the fifth spot. Bit of a slide there from Zach Tucker as he went through turn 4. Levi McMillan goes up to the top at 33.68. Now Zach Tucker takes that top spot back with a 32.4. And Levi McMillan once again back to the top at 32.3. See if Zach Tucker can respond to that. And he does, a 31.8 for Zach Tucker, so it looks like it's going to be a bit of a duel between McMillan and Tucker. As I say that, Louis Smith moves up into the second spot, so putting in some good laps there. So Levi McMillan currently fastest, 31.77. Now Zach Tucker takes that top spot again. 31.6 for Zach Tucker. And that's going to bring the end to this tuning run for the Rotax Max class. They're going to come across the line, get their times on the board one last time. Levi McMillan can't improve. He stays into second. And Zach Tucker goes even faster, 31.5. So 2 tenths between the top two. Robbie Batts moves up into second as we just come across the line. So that ends off the Rotax Max Junior tuning run. Next up is going to be our open class for their tuning run. For our open class tuning run, some good drivers into this class. Some of the veterans of New Zealand motorsport. Matt Hamilton in this one. Raced Formula Ford for a couple of years. Notably was fighting with the likes of Alex Crosby and Blake Knowles, as well as a couple of the other big names in the New Zealand Formula Ford Championship for the Wigram Cup at Ruapuna Raceway. That was a couple of seasons ago. He was on the podium for that one. Hamish Carpenter, regular competitor in South Island Historic Formula Ford. We're going to wait to see what these times are from the open class. And they come across the line now for their first time on the board. And it's going to be Jacob Douglas, the fastest of them at the moment, at 30.7. Miles Finlay into second spot with a 31.3. Hamish Carpenter into third at 31.7. Good first lap from these guys, and we'll look to see what they can do into their first push lap. And Douglas, the first across the line, at 29.76. Miles Finlay in second at 30.0. Then it's Hamish Carpenter at 30.9. Scott Walker into fourth, a 31.0. Kyle Lowe, a 31.091. Second lap coming in here for Jacob Douglas. Goes even faster, 29.514. Miles Finlay goes into the 29s, at 29.992. Then it's Kyle Lowe at 30.481. Hamish Carpenter at 30.809. Scott Walker into the fifth spot, a 31.764. And Douglas goes faster, 29.4. Finlay also goes faster, a 29.592 for him. So last 30 seconds of the open tuning run here. And Miles Finlay goes even quicker, a 29.506. But that's going to be the end of that. Next up is going to be our Vortex Mini Rock for their 3-minute tuning run. Well, quick turnaround here, and the Vortex Mini Rock class on the track for their tuning run. Now we've got one off at turn 1 already. See if they can get themselves back onto the track, which they can. Keep an eye on who that was. Oh, a little bit of a moment there for someone behind. Oh, we got one around as well, so Kart 20. That is Kart 21, I should say. Josh Steele having the moment at turn 1. And Kart 70, Jossie Weir having the moment at turn 2. Now, when he's lost it again, that's Jossie Weir at turn 5. So first time's on the board. Nixon Cripps going to be the first one to come across the line on their real proper laps. And Cripps goes to first, obviously, overall, with a 35.7. Ivor Spence moves up to second at 36.2. There's Jed O'Malley with a 36.3. Going to wait for a couple more drivers to come across as well. George Tucker goes up into fourth spot, a 37.018. Nixon Cripps goes faster, 35.0. Ivan Cripps also goes faster at 35.2. Jed O'Malley at 35.5 as well, so he's going faster. Will Finch moves up into the fourth spot with a 36.5. Max Dowell, a 36.7, up into the top 5. A lot of improvements out there. Maddie Whittle goes up into the ninth spot with a 37.499. Oh, Ivor Spence at the top of the times, a 34.823. Great lap there from Ivor Spence. It's all getting a bit bottlenecked up through turns 4 and 5. 6 cars fighting for a little bit of real estate here. So Ivor Spence currently the fastest driver with a 34.823. And it's Nixon Cripps at 35.3. Nixon Cripps goes faster at 34.578. Ivor Spence also goes faster, but not enough, only into second at 34.7. Jed O'Malley at 34.7 as well. And Will Finch a 35.5. And that's going to be the end of that session for the Vortex Mini ROK Rock class. Next up is going to be the Rotax Heavy class for their 3-minute tuning run. All right, that was our Rotax heavy class, the tuning run for them. Simon Hunter, the fastest in that class, a 31.881. Now Shane Madsen at 32.1, Paul Hughes at 32.6, Kevin Barker 32.7, and Attila Silvac with a 33.2. Next class up is the Rotax Light, so Rotax Light to the grid area. For the 3-minute tuning run. So that's Rotax Light to the grid area for the 3-minute tuning run. Next class up after this one is the cadets. So can the cadets just please line up onto the grid as the Rotax lights go on to their tuning run for 3 minutes. So we're going to wait for some of these competitive times to come in after a couple of laps. Big slide there for car 9. So Ollie Workman having a bit of a slide through turn 4. And we got one off at turn 3. That's car 8, Jerome Cooksley. And he makes it back onto the track under his own power. Getting some competitive times in here. South Island champion Caleb Cross, currently the fastest through, 32.6. Then we go back to Ollie Workman at 33.3. Chris Cox at 33.3 as well. Then it's Archie Dampier Crossley with a 33.8. Caleb Cross goes faster, 31.861. Ollie Workman goes up into second, a 32.35. Then it's going to be Chris Cox at 32.39. Miles Finlay at 32.53. Seconds of the tuning run here for the Rotax light class. As Caleb Cross, the fastest at the front at the moment at 31.479. Then Ollie Workman at 31.722. Chris Cox at 31.74. Miles Finlay at 31.810. And he's just moved up into third place as Miles Finlay at 31.452. Max Templeton goes up into fourth at 31.475. Ollie Workman at 31.5, and then Archie Dampier Crossley at 31.80. And that will end off the tuning run for the Rotax lights. Now we get into the real stuff, that is the time trials. 7 minutes here for each of their classes. And it's going to be the Cadet Rock class first up. So we'll just get the Rotax light class into the pits. So Caleb Cross, your fastest through at 31.122. Then Chris Cox at 31.184. Miles Finley at 31.262. Then Max Templeton at 31.365. And rounding out your top 5, Ollie Workman at 31.399. We have the Cadet Rock class on the track, so can the Briggs class please make their way to the grids? Time trials here for the Cadet Rock class. So this is where we'll find out who's going to start on pole for the pre-final and the final, of course, as well as the heats before this. So everything all determined up in the next couple of hours for each class, the time trial, the heats, then the pre-final, and we'll get the final underway as well at the end of the day. So times coming on to the board so far, but these are the outlaps, of course, so they're not going to be representative of the qualifying times. So Taylor Costello will be the first one to put down a lap. We'll see what he can do as he goes out of turn 6 and onto the main straight now. And Costello goes quickest with a 38.091, followed by Freddie Waller with a 39.071. Then it'll be Iris Lee with 39.304. Hamish McGrath at 39.631. And we're still waiting on a couple of other drivers to get through and finish their first flying laps. Jet Randall, a 41.093. Max Gosling goes up to 5th with a 40.897. And it'll be Chetty Patterson with a 44.545. Taylor Costello coming across the line at 37.415. So Costello extends his lead. Then it'll be Freddie Waller into second with a 37.695. And Hamish McGrath into third, a 37.994. Costello goes even faster with a 36.612 for Costello. Iris Lee moves up to third, 37.526. So Taylor Costello, the driver to beat at the moment, at 36.612, 8 tenths clear of Freddie Waller behind with a 37.0. So Freddie Waller sets a 37.064. Max Gosling goes up to second at 37.036. So currently Taylor Costello is still the man to beat at 36.572. Then Max Gosling at 36.704. Freddie Waller 37.064. And then we go back to Hamish McGrath at 37.426. Iris Lee a tenth off that exactly, a 37.526, and Jet Randall in sixth with 37.703, And our field is rounded off by Teddy Patterson at this stage with a 37.8. Iris Lee moves up to fourth at 36.794. Iris Lee actually being held up by Hamish McGrath a wee bit here. Lee trying to get a good lap, but maybe a bit of lap traffic here in the way. Taylor Costello goes even faster, 36.0 for Taylor Costello. Freddie Waller goes up to second at 36.37. Iris Lee still sitting behind Hamish McGrath there. Those two are very close on times, so this could be a very good scrap all race long. Freddie Waller goes down into third with the removal of Max Gosling up to second at 36.297 for Max Gosling. 2 minutes left in this qualifying session for the Cadet Rock class. Taylor Costello still with the fastest time of the session so far. See if he can improve with these last 1.5 minutes. And he does, a 36.034 for Taylor Costello. Freddie Waller moves up into second at 36.148. So Waller now a tenth off Costello's time. Max Gosling just going to come in and finish his next lap. Let's see if he can improve. And he does. He moves up to second with a 36.072 as Iris Lee loses a rear end and spins it out at turn 4. So 0.038 currently between the top two. Taylor Costello at 36.034, Max Gosling at 36.072. So 30 seconds left in this qualifying session. If anyone can pull a blinder out of the bag. And Gosling goes to the top of the times at 36.014 for Max Gosling. Taylor Costello now into second, 0.020 between the front two. As I say that, Costello goes into the fastest time again, 35.901 for Taylor Costello. 1/10 of a second clear of Max Gosling. Freddie Waller in third at 36.07. And then Teddy Patterson in fourth at 36.285. Iris Lee at 36.704. Hamish McGrath at 36.728. And Jet Randall at 36.878. So that's going to round off our cadet qualifying, as looks like we had a bit of movement with Jet Randall moving up to fourth. So Taylor Costello, the fastest driver in this qualifying session. And then Max Gosling, Freddie Waller, Jet Randall, Teddy Patterson, Iris Lee, and Hamish McGrath rounding off the field. So next up is going to be the Briggs class for their qualifying. And we'll wait to see how that plans out very shortly. And we've got the Briggs class underway, so can we please have the Rotax Junior class to the grids, please. The Rotax Junior class to the grids for your qualifying. 7 minutes here for the Briggs class, for their qualifying, the combined light and heavy classes. So we'll see how this pans out. It's going to be a very competitive class for sure. Oh, one off, kart 11. Looks like the right front wheel has come off at turn 5. So that is Jamie McKechnie. So we've got yellow flags being waved at turn 5. That's going to hamper a couple of these qualifying times for these drivers. Currently fastest so far, Louise Gridley with a 38.3. Then William Ruffle with a 38.3 as well. The 38.36 for Gridley and a 38.38 for Ruffle. Gilmere's into third with a 38.42. And Ryan Jeffries in fourth at a 38.46. So Ryan Jeffries now to the top of the times, 37.343. Then we go back to Jonty Phillips at 37.419. And Louise Gridley, a 37.538 in third place. Full. William Ruffle has gone to the top of the times at 36.8. And it goes back to Gilmere's with a 36.84, so 0.022 between the top two. So currently William Ruffle from Gilmere's, Jonty Phillips, and then Louise Gridley, and Ryan Jeffries, your top 5 at this stage. Jonty Phillips goes up into second at 36.483 for Jonty Phillips. And Ryan Jeffries goes even faster at 36.430. Chris Harris moves up into 6th. Chris Harris up to 6th, so that's a 37.163 for Chris Harris. And we've got one around at turn 2, that is car 55, Jackie Bellis. And Gilmere's to the top of the times, a 36.305 for Gilmere's. Ryan Jeffries in second at 36.381, and then Jonty Phillips at 36.483. William Ruffle at 36.574, and Louise Gridley a 36.597. And we've got Jonty Phillips moving up to second. Ryan Jeffries going back to the top of the times at 36.117 for Ryan Jeffries, and then Jonty Phillips at 36.190. Chris Cox has just moved up to 5th spot. So Chris Cox at 36.581 for Chris Cox. Ian Smith also moves up into 7th. He's gone to a 36.792. And Ryan Jeffries goes faster at 35.971. Chris Cox up to 4th now. So kart 12, Chris Cox has moved up to 4th at 36.309 for Chris Cox. Good lap there from him. And so we look to see what Ryan Jeffries can do in his next lap. A 35.879. He extends his advantage at the top of the times. So Ryan Jeffries right now from Jonty Phillips, and then Gillen Mears. Then we go back to Chris Cox, William Ruffle, Ian Smith, then Louise Gridley, Chris Harris, Kevin Barker, and Jackie Bellis, the top 10. Toby Albee goes up to 9th with a 36.768. And Ryan Jeffries just coming around for another lap now. If he can improve his advantage. And no advantage there for Ryan Jeffries. Louise Gridley goes up to 2nd, a 36.097. Ryan Jeffries stuck behind a bit of lap traffic at this point. So we're probably not going to get the laps he wants in this final 20 seconds of this qualifying session. He's got one more bite at the cherry as he goes down the back straight, or the front straight I should say, and he's going to put in one more flying lap. Can someone else knock Ryan Jeffries off the top of the times, or is Ryan Jeffries going to extend his advantage? We'll have to find out in the next couple of seconds. And Ryan Jeffries holds on to the top spot in qualifying. Chris Cox moves up to 2nd. So Jeffries a 35.879. Cox a 35.957. Then we go back to Louise Gridley a 36.008. Jonty Phillips a 36.009. And then we go Toby Albee with a 36.258 to round off your top 5. So that was the Briggs qualifying session there. So next up is going to be Rotax Junior for their qualifying session. 7 minutes also for them. So just a slight hold up there while we get car 11 off the track, and we'll get the Rotax Junior time trials underway very shortly. All right, we have our Rotax Junior on the track for their qualifying session. So next up is the open class. Can they please make their way to the grid draws? So big class here for the Rotax Junior. Lots of good drivers in here as well. Look forward to seeing how this qualifying session is going to play out for these guys. So 17 karts in this class here. And in the tuning session, it was really a bit of a switcheroo between Levi McMillan and Zach Tucker consistently. McMillan and Tucker trading times at the top. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out between Levi McMillan and Zach Tucker. Let's see if they can continue their good run of form. So first fast late's going to come in here very shortly. Give us a good idea on who's going to be the fastest. A big slide there for Cooper McLeod out of turn 4. So just waiting to get our full field of drivers through with fast times. At the moment it's Josh Hill with the fastest at 33.947. And we go back to Zach Tucker at 34.105. Then Fletcher Lowe at 34.177. Ben Gomack at 35.180. Levi McMillan only fifth fastest at this stage, a 35.477 as Zach Tucker goes to the top, a 32.5 for Zach Tucker. Fletcher Lowe goes up to second at 32.830 for Fletcher Lowe. Then it's Josh Hill at 32.85. Then Cooper McLeod at 33.1. Ben Gormack at 33.602 in fifth. And Angus Wilton in sixth at 33.720. As I say that, Levi McMillan goes back up to fifth at 33.546. And Zach Tucker goes faster at 33.841 to Zach Tucker. Cooper McLeod goes up to the second spot at 32.211. So currently the fastest in qualifying for the Rotax Juniors is Zach Tucker at this stage with 4 minutes to go in qualifying. Tucker goes faster at 31.5. So Zach Tucker going even faster out there at the moment. Ben Gormack goes up to second. As I say that, Cooper McLeod and Fletcher Lowe also move up 2 spots. McLeod goes up to second and Lowe up to third. So currently Levi McMillan, one of the favourites for this weekend, to take out the Rotax Junior class, down in 14th place at the moment. So McMillan, the reigning Mainland Series champion, only 14th. Big slide there for Tyler Norris as he exits turn 4. Zach Tucker currently still extending his advantage at the top, a 31.243 for Zach Tucker. Then we go back to Fletcher Lowe, a 31.675. Then it'll be Cooper McLeod at 31.704. Louis Smith at 31.739 in fourth. Fletcher Lowe is about to finish his next lap to see if he can make his way closer to Zach Tucker. He can, but not by much. Fletcher Lowe is into second with a 31.623. He's still 14th off Zach Tucker at this stage. Louis Smith goes into second at 31.480. 2 tenths faster than Fletcher Lowe, and he'll be 2 tenths off Zach Tucker. And Tucker goes even quicker, 31.010. So he's now 4 tenths for the second clear. And Levi McMillan's made his way up to the top 5 with a 31.572 from McMillan, and Fletcher Lowe moves up to second, 31.469. Louis Smith into third, now up to second, 31.434. So Zach Tucker, the fastest at this stage, 31.010. Then goes to the back to Levi McMillan. McMillan goes up to second at 31.200. Then we go to Henry Fisher at 31.202, sorry. Then we go back to Louis Smith at 31.434. Fletcher Lowe at 31.451, the fastest running out the top five. So Tucker and McMillan about to finish their next lap. So this is going to be quite close between the two of them. They've been trading times all day long, so let's see if McMillan can surpass Tucker's fastest lap here. And Tucker holds on to his advantage, goes with a 31.082 last time by. McMillan goes faster at 31.159, so he closes the gap to 1.5 tenths of a second. So we'll wait to see what Zach Tucker can do. He goes even faster at 30.911 for Zach Tucker. McMillan going faster as well at 31.109 for Levi McMillan. Still 2 tenths off for what Zach Tucker's doing at the moment. As we go into the final 45 seconds of this qualifying session. Charlie Steele moves up to 7th. Good lap from Charlie Steele, a 31.432. McMillan goes even quicker at 31.082 for Levi McMillan. Zach Tucker still the fastest man on track right now at 30.911. Then it's Levi McMillan at 31.082. Last couple of laps being put in through by these drivers. Let's see who's going to come out on top in this one. And it's going to be Zach Tucker completing his last lap at 31.074. Levi McMillan at 31.161. They may have another lap here if they cross the line before the checkered flag was shown. We'll have to wait and see. And it looks like they are coming in. So that is going to be that. Zach Tucker, your fastest driver in Rotex Junior qualifying at 30.911. Then we go back to Levi McMillan at 31.082. Henry Fisher at 31.129. Then Louis Smith at 31.294. Robbie Batt rounding out your top five at 31.318. Very intense qualifying session there from the Rotex Junior class. We've got our open class next up with some very quick lap times to follow. All right, we have our open class now onto the track. Can we get our Vortex Mini Rock class into the grid area, please? So that's Vortex Mini Rock to the grid area. So the open class, some quick times here to follow with these very quick karts. Those are very competitive times in the tuning session, so look forward to seeing how that's going to play out in this qualifying session here for the open class. So our lap's going to be put down here by these drivers, so nothing really competitive to gauge on. And it's going to be Jacob Douglas, the first one to put through a competitive time as he goes into turn 4. He'll have Hamish Carpenter following behind, and then it'll be Scott Waller. And we go back to Miles Finlay, Kyle Lowe, and then we go back to Matt Hamilton and Bo Lee. So fastest time so far from Hamish Carpenter at 32.175. Wait for the rest of the field to come through. Could be some faster times to come. And Hamish Carpenter, the fastest so far at 32.175. Then Scott Waller, 32.406. Jacob Douglas at 33.442. Kyle Lowe at 33.924. Then it'll be Miles Finlay at 34.576. Bo Lee at 35.941 and Matt Hamilton at 36.414. Jacob Douglas goes to the top of the times, but he is quickly eclipsed by Hamish Carpenter and Scott Waller, and now Miles Finlay as well at 30.023 by Miles Finlay. Then we go back to Scott Waller at 30.643. Hamish Carpenter at 30.786. So Finlay, 6/10 of a second clear of the rest of the field. And Jacob Douglas faster for a brief moment, but Miles Finlay retakes the top spot at 29.377 from Miles Finlay. And Jacob Douglas into second at 29.519. Matt Hamilton in third at 30.337. And we look back to Scott Waller at 30.372 for him. Hamish Carpenter in fifth at 30.519. Jacob Douglas goes to the top of the times at 29.249 for Jacob Douglas. So Douglas at 29.249, then Miles Finlay at 29.286. Hamilton at 29.759. And Douglas goes faster at 29.048. So Jacob Douglas almost into the 28th here. Miles Finlay at 29.286. And then we go back to Matt Hamilton at 29.759. Kyle Lowe at 30.215. Then it'll be Hamish Carpenter at 30.333. And Scott Waller at 30.372. Then we go to Bo Lee at 31.563. So in the last 3 minutes of this qualifying session, can Miles Finlay pull something out of a hat to regain that top spot and qualify? So Jacob Douglas still the fastest on track at the moment, 29.0. Miles Finlay at 29.2. And then Matt Hamilton at 29.7. Kyle Lowe at 30.2. Scott Waller at 30.2. Hamish Carpenter at 30.3. And then Bo Lee at 31.3. No one really putting in some improvements here. Scott Waller actually does make an improvement. He goes up to fourth at 30.158 there for Scott Waller. So last 2 minutes of qualifying now for these drivers. Let's see who's going to come out on top in this one. Douglas pushing his car to the limit through turns 3 and 4 there. Gets a nice line through turn 5, and he will see how he goes out of turn 6 and onto the main straight. And Douglas only a 29.2 for him there. So Douglas currently the fastest at 29.0. Miles Finlay in second at 29.2. Then Matt Hamilton at 29.7. Scott Waller at 30.1. And then Kyle Lowe at 30.2. Hamish Carpenter at 30.3. And looks like everyone has come into the pits apart from Kyle Lowe. So we'll see if Kyle Lowe can improve at all here in these next 40 seconds. So Kyle Lowe going to come out off turn 6 and onto the main straight. Let's see what he can do. That's going to be any improvement. Not for Kyle Lowe that time at 30.637. So Kyle Lowe's best at 30.215. He comes into the pits, so that's going to probably round off qualifying for the open class. So Jacob Douglas, your fastest in qualifying at 29.0, then Miles Finlay at 29.2, Matt Hamilton at 29.7, Scott Waller at 30.1, and then Kyle Lowe at 30.2, rounding off your top 5. We've got the Vortex Mini Rock class next up. So they'll be in the grid area waiting to get out on track. So they'll have a 7-minute qualifying session, and we'll get to the Vortex Mini Rock class very shortly. All right, we've got the Vortex Mini Rock class on the track now, so can we get the Rotax Heavy class to the grid area, please? The Rotax Heavy class to the grid area. So 14 cars here for the Vortex Mini Rock class. Let's see how this is going to play out for them. It was a very close qualifying there for the Vortex Mini Rock class. They did some good laps. It was very competitive, lots of time switching between likes of Nixon Cripps, Ivor Spence, and Jet O'Malley. Those top 3 were very quick. So we've just got yellow flags waving down at turn 1. So we're going to have our competitive laps coming through very shortly. And it's going to be Jet O'Malley, the first one to the timesheets. Nixon Cripps goes to the top. Day 36.287 for Nixon Cripps. Then we go back to Jet O'Malley at 36.438. Then Jossie Ware at 37.002. George Tucker in fourth at 37.299. And then Ivor Spence at 37.355. And then we go back to Matt Zhao at 37.402. And then Teo Camilo Nunez a 37.568. A little bit of contact there, a bit of an aggressive move up the inside from Nixon Cripps on car 24. That's Jet O'Malley. So Nixon Cripps really wanting to get on with it here. So Cripps goes even faster at 35.167. Ivor Spence up to second, a 34.487 as I say that, so he's up to the fastest time now. So Ivor Spence the fastest in qualifying so far, 34.487. Then we go back to Nixon Cripps, a 34.615. George Tucker, a 35.302. And Max Chow, a 35.540. Magni Whittle in fifth, a 35.687. Then Chet O'Malley, a 35.758. So the fifth lap for these drivers coming around very shortly. Let's see how they're all going to play out. Nixon Cripps goes back to the top. 34.120 for Nixon Cripps. He goes to the top of the times. And we go back to Ivor Spence, a 34.487. George Tucker, 34.725. Then Aaron Lee, a 34.988. Max Zhao, a 35.154. Chet O'Malley, a 35.173. So let's see what Nixon Cripps can do here in his second lap. He goes faster, 33.928 for Nixon Cripps. So Nixon Cripps, a 5 tenths of a second clear of Ivor Spence in second. Jossie Ware goes up to third at 34.703. Aaron Lee now moves up, as does Magni Whittle. So Lee is a 34.614. He's up to third. Magni Whittle into fourth with a 34.674. So Nixon Cripps setting the pace at the moment at 33.928. Can anyone else get into the 33s? So a little bit slower that last time by for Nixon Cripps at 34.0. So currently Nixon Cripps from George Tucker. George Tucker at 34.219. Then we go Aaron Lee at 34.357. Then it'll be Ivor Spence at 34.448. Then we go back to Max Zhao at 34.509. George Tucker goes up to second at 34.017. Ivor Spence up to third at 34.197. Magni Whittle now up to third at 34.058. So the times are coming down. Nixon Cripps may be losing his top spot here if someone else can get into his 34.9s as he goes at 33.889. Nixon Cripps goes faster. 33.889 for Nixon Cripps. George Tucker in second. He's going to come across the line very shortly. Can he improve on his time? We'll find out. Ivor Spence goes up to second briefly. George Tucker now goes up to second at 33.888. So he's 600ths off the time set by Nixon Cripps. Nixon Cripps a 33.823. Tucker a 33.888. And Ivor Spence a 33.934. Here we go back to Magni Whittle at 34.058. Aaron Lee a 34.357. So Nixon Cripps holding on to his advantage at the top at the moment by 600ths of a second over Ivor Spence. Ivor Spence, who is a 10th back. So we'll wait to see how the reigning South Island champion performs in the latter half of this qualifying session. Nixon Cripps extends his advantage out the front. A 33.817 for Nixon Cripps. 33.888 for George Tucker behind. So 700ths now separates first and second in this qualifying. Cripps may be coming up onto a bit of lap traffic here. So could hold his final couple of laps up if he doesn't make a move very soon. We know how important clean air is in this game. You've got to have clean air to have a good lap, otherwise you're going to get held up pretty quickly. And we're going to have the checkered flag flown on the qualifying session here for the Vortex Mini Rock class. Let's see who's going to be coming out on top at the end of their laps. A little bit of argy-bargy going on between car 78 and 15, I think that was there. So Oliver Denson and Emma Gallagher going wheel-to-wheel through turn 5 as we finish off the qualifying session. Nixon Cripps going to be your fastest driver, a 33.817. to George Tucker at 33.888. We go back to Ivor Spence at 33.934. Maggie Whittle at 33.986. And Aaron Lee at 34.247 at this stage. So next up the Rotax Heavy class. So we'll get them onto the track very shortly for their time trial. All right, we're getting our Rotax Heavy onto the track now, so can we get the Rotax Light to the grids, please? The Rotax Light class to the grid. Fuel qualifying very shortly. So 7 minutes here for the Rotax Heavy class to put their qualifying times down. 12 cars in this class, so it's going to be a good run of racing from them later this afternoon as well. So just a minute into the qualifying session for the Rotax Heavy class. And we'll get the competitive times down here very shortly. It will be Simon Hunter, the first one to put down a time. So let's see how this is going to play out for the Rotax Heavy class. So Shane Madsen, the fastest at this stage at 35.379. And then we go back to Attila Civac at 35.637. And then we go back from there to Kevin Barker at 35.675. Simon Hunter at 35.766. Then Darren French at 35.828. Simon Hunter now goes to the top at 33.582. Madsen a 33.653, and then we go back to Darren French a 33.821. So Simon Hunter currently probably the most likely at this stage to get a good time, and he's got all the fresh air at the moment. However, car 90 as well though, that's Thomas Emerson. So Simon Hunter goes even faster at 32.372. And we go back to Shane Madsen, who's just been tipped by Kevin Barker, 32.650 for Kevin Barker. And then Shane Madsen at 32.734 for Madsen. Then it's Darren French with a 32.986. And Thomas Emerson at 32.990. Hunter goes even quicker, 31.882 for Simon Hunter. Shane Madsen at 32.292. And Kevin Barker now moves up to second at 32.249 for Kevin Barker. 3 tenths off Hunter's 31.882. So we've got 3.5 minutes left in this qualifying session. So let's see if Simon Hunter can hold on to his lead. It's been narrowed by Thomas Emerson though. Emerson at 31.978. But Hunter goes even quicker. 31.755 for Simon Hunter. He's going it faster every lap. Emerson at 31.978. So he's 2 tenths off what Hunter's able to do at the moment. Shane Madsen and Darren French, they're quite close on times, they're quite close on track as well, so that could be a bit of a problem for both of them, trying to advance their way up the timing charts. Hunter goes back to the top at 31.606. Emerson at 31.741. Can Emerson pip Hunter once again? Let's find out. He comes down the main straight, and he does. Thomas Emerson at 31.515 for Thomas Emerson. 900ths faster than what Simon Hunter can do. So Thomas Emerson currently the fastest time with a 31.515, and Simon Hunter retakes that top spot at 31.487. So 31.487 for Simon Hunter and a 31.515 for Thomas Emerson. 200ths between the two drivers. Let's see who's going to come out on top now. Simon Hunter drops to second. Thomas Emerson back to the top. 31.433. So the gap narrows to now 500, but the opposite way around. Emerson to Hunter. So Simon Hunter coming across the line once again. And he's going to set a 31.520. So Emerson maybe setting a pace that Hunter can't match. Hunter's coming up on a bit of lap traffic as well with Ian Carter. So let's see if that's going to affect Simon Hunter's run to the fastest time. Thomas Emerson goes even quicker, 31.343. So Thomas Emerson really putting in some really good lap times at the moment. Hunter nowhere near his personal best. He's a 10th off at this stage. So Hunter's 2/10 off what Thomas Emerson's doing at the moment. At this stage, it looks like Thomas Emerson has this locked up. So Emerson, 31.343. Hunter in second at 31.487. Then Kevin Barker, 31.616. Then Paul Hughes, a 31.808. We go back to Shane Madsen, a 31.847. Ryan Gooding, a 31.950. Darren French, a 32.018. Attila Sivak, a 32.565. Neil Shearer, a 32.760. And Ian Carter, a 33.106. As we see Paul Hughes move up to fifth with a 31.808. No change at the top though. And I'll tell you what, Thomas Emerson, he's gone 1,000 slower than he did on his best. So Emerson's gone 1,000 slower on his last time compared to his best time. So that's, that just shows you the consistency there of car 90, Thomas Emerson. We've got now 20 seconds left in this qualifying session. Looks like Simon Hunter's backed off. He's coming into the pit, so it won't be Simon Hunter, the fastest of this qualifying session. A couple of other karts coming in as well. So it looks like Thomas Emerson will be the fastest driver through here, and there's someone else can pull a blinder out of the hat. Emerson has gone faster, a 31.328. So last couple of karts coming around now, and it will be Thomas Emerson, the fastest in the Rotax Heavy class, a 31.328. Simon Hunter second, a 31.487. Then Kevin Barker, a 31.612. Then we go back to Shane Madsen, a 31.804, and rounding off the top five, Paul Hughes with a 31.808. So that is the Rotax Heavy class. And next up is going to be the Rotax Light class, 16 karts in that class. So let's see how that one pans out in the next couple of minutes. All right, we have our Rotax light class onto the track for their qualifying session now. So can we get the cadet class to their grid slots, please? The cadet class to the pit grids for your first heat race. Rotax light class now. We've got 16 karts in here, and you can just see Ollie Workman putting the brightness up it as he goes through turn 4. Absolutely sliding it through there, and there's a big group of karts. Here we go through turn 5. There could be about 10 of them in there. As we look further back, that big group is going to really have to split up yet, because that is going to be a bit of a detriment if you've got a couple of the bottom end of the drivers. So you've got to be careful with how many drivers you sit behind. Someone's already making a move early. That is kart 6, Miles Finlay. So smart move there from Miles Finlay to get around and get in front of these karts. So we're getting our banker laps or our out laps in first, and we'll wait and see how these times stack up. And it's going to be Ollie Workman, car 11, that is currently the fastest at this stage, but it actually says car 11 on our timing, but it's car 9. Car 9, Ollie Workman. 32.097 for Ollie Workman, and then it's the reigning South Island champion Caleb Cross. Then we go to Archie Dampier Crossley with a 34.138. Then Max Templeton, a 34.363. So Workman at 32.097. He's been pipped by Caleb Cross at 32.034 for Cross. So Cross from Workman, and then we go back to Max Templeton at 32.661. Then it's Miles Finlay, who's just been pipped by Archie Dampier Crossley and Kobe Ware. Crossley, a 32.576, and Kobe Ware, a 32.885. So Caleb Cross, the fastest at the top at the moment, as he's been pipped by Ollie Workman, a 31.297 for Ollie Workman. So Workman a tenth of a second faster than Cross now. Max Templeton goes up to third, at 31.627. Chris Cox goes up to the 6th spot, as well as Joshua Rushbatch, who's gone up to the 6th spot as well. So a lot of time starting to fall here as we get the first half of the qualifying session underway. 5 minutes left for the drivers to navigate the qualifying session. 31.180 for Ollie Workman. He's now a tenth and a half faster than Caleb Cross at this stage. So Workman at 31.180, then Caleb Cross at 31.364. Workman goes faster at 31.115 for Ollie Workman. So Workman at 31.115 and Caleb Cross at 31.139. Max Templeton at 31.289. Then Archie Dampier Crossley at 31.511. Miles Finlay in 6th, but he's been tipped by Chris Cox, who's moved up to 4th. 31.457 for Chris Cox. So Workman is currently the fastest by just over a tenth. At 31.031 for Ollie Workman, but he's been now pipped by Caleb Cross by 0.008 of a second. Caleb Cross at 31.023, Workman at 31.031, 0.008 of a second between the top two. Chris Cox into third, a 31.135, 1/10 faster at the moment than Max Templeton, and the cars behind him. So Templeton has just improved to 31.150. And Caleb Cross goes faster, a 30.769. Caleb Cross has gone to a 30.769, 2/10 faster than Ollie Workman. Max Templeton into the 31.0s now. He's at 31.045. Chris Cox at 31.055. So exactly 1/100th between the two drivers there. So very close for second on back. Workman at 31.031. Templeton at 31.035. Cox a 31.055 and Finlay a 31.098. So from second down to fifth, it is very, very close on the timing sheet. Caleb Cross, though, he is absolutely storming away with these times at this point. 2 minutes left in this qualifying session. He's a tenth of a second ahead of Chris Cox, who's now moved up into the second spot. So Chris Cox and Max Templeton have just improved their times. Cox a 30.924 and Templeton a 30.972. Workman still sitting at a 31.031 in the fourth spot at the moment. Now Miles Finlay pips Ollie Workman. So Miles Finlay up to fourth. Caleb Cross at 30.769 in the first position at the moment, and then Chris Cox in second at 30.873. Max Templeton in third at 30.972. Miles Finlay at 31.015. Then Ollie Workman in fifth at 31.031. So right now the top five are very close. And actually counting the top six into that, Jacob Ely in the sixth spot at 31.095. So he's not far behind either. 1 more minute left in this qualifying session. Can anyone challenge Caleb Cross here in this final minute? Cross at 30.769. 1/10 of a second clear of Chris Cox at the front of this field at the moment. Jacob Early has just passed Ollie Workman with a 31.031 at 31.028. Miles Finlay goes up to third at 30.897. So Templeton drops to third. So Caleb Cross currently the fastest on track, with the next 40 seconds being critical to how this qualifying session will pan out. Last flying lap's being completed now. So Caleb Cross at 30.769. Chris Cox 30.865. Miles Finlay 30.897. Max Templeton a 30.972. Jacob Early a 30.995. Ollie Workman a 31.031. And the checkered flag will now fly. The final times will be counted. Let's see who's going to come home with the fastest time. And Chris Cox has just missed out on the fastest time by 12 thousandths of a second. So Chris Cox misses out on the fastest time by 12 thousandths of a second. 30.769 for Caleb Cross, a 30.781 for Chris Cox. Miles Finlay in third, 30.897. Then Max Templeton, a 30.972. And Jacob Early, a 30.995, rounding off the top five. So next up is going to be the cadet class for their first heat race. We'll be back for that very shortly. All right, we're getting the cadet rock class presented by WKS Kartsport onto the grid here. We'll do a bit of a formation lap, I believe, here, and then we'll get them onto the grid ready for their first heat race. And just a reminder, the Briggs class, you are next up, so please come to the grid for your first heat race. So we get our cadet rock class onto the track for heat number 1 of the Garden City Championships weekend, the first race of many to come through. 8 laps the distance here. Very shortly we'll have a good race on for the heat race win. So getting the carts onto the grid now. Maybe a standing start or a rolling start here. We'll find that out very shortly. Looks like we've got one stopped at the exit of turn 2. All right, so we've got Kart 7, which was Freddie Waller. We've got him back running, and we'll get them all gridded up, ready to go for the start of Heat 1 for the Cadet Rock class, presented by WKS Kartsport. And green flag's going to fly. Looks like it's going to be a good start there for Taylor Costello. And he's going to hold the lead going into turn 2 now as we fire our way through. He's got Max Gosling right on his tail. Gosling going to try and file his way through turn number 4. Maybe a bit of bum cars there from Teddy Patterson and Irish Lee there as we go through the field. Irish Lee and Jet Randall going at it. A little bit separated now, but nose to tail. Going through turns 4 and 5. Now on to lap 2. So Taylor Costello has a good lead out in front, 16th of a second clear of Max Gosling. Following them, Jet Randall and Irish Lee. Those two are really the closest on track right now. Irish Lee looking to make a pass at any stage in this next couple of laps. Now onto the front straight, 2 laps down. Out of the 8s we've got and Taylor Costello continues to extend his lead, but he's closed that. Max Gosling has closed that gap by a little bit. He's gone faster than Gosling that last time by. 5 tenths of a second between Costello and Gosling, and a tenth closing every lap. Gosling looks like he's got the bit between his teeth, and he is now running up behind Taylor Costello. So Max Gosling on the charge here with a couple of laps in the books. So 3 laps in the books on to lap 4 now. Max Gosling closed from 5 tenths of a second now to 1 tenth. So we're in for a battle royal here as we go down into turn 2. Now down the hill into turn 3. Gosling going to have to try and make something work here. He's going to hold station through turn 4. Holds it through turn 5. Irish Lee has to go down the inside on Jet Randall. He's going to come under pressure from Freddie Waller as well as they go into turn 6. And Taylor Costello holds onto the lead as we go with 4 laps to go now. Freddie Waller moves past Teddy Patterson, Hamish McGrath, and Irish Lee. So something's happened to Irish Lee at that final corner to go battle for the lead. Max Gosling up the inside. And Taylor Costello didn't seem very happy with that, but Costello made the pass. So Gosling made the pass thick, and Costello now drops back to second. Irish Lee, not sure what happened there, but he's all the way back in 7th place. 3 laps to go here for Max Gosling, who's got the fastest lap of the race at this point, 35.949. Costello's best at 36.1, so really 2/10 of a second clear, and he's extended that gap by 4/10. So let's see how this is going to play out in these next couple of laps. So Gosling holding on at the moment. Then we go back to Costello, Freddie Waller, then we go back to Jet Randall, and into turn 6, onto the main straight to make it 2 laps to go here for Max Gosling. Then it'll be Taylor Costello. And it's really as you were from these guys at this point. So Freddie Waller, Jet Randall, those two have been battling quite extensively this race, and now Waller's gapped them. So it's going to be between Randall and Teddy Patterson, really for the next overtake on track. Unless Taylor Costello can close that in to within striking range of Max Gosling. Coming out the final corner with 1 lap to go here for Max Gosling. The last lap board comes out. Let's see how this is going to play out between the 2 leaders. Gosling currently holding on to the advantage, 4/10 of a second clear of Taylor Costello. Then we go back to Freddie Waller, who's clear of Jet Randall and Teddy Patterson behind him. All right, later on the brakes, here comes Costello. Costello closing in. Can he make a last-ditch effort through turn 6? No, has to hold station. So Max Gosling is going to hold on for this at the moment. Down the straight for the final time. Checker flag is going to wave. Max Gosling takes out heat number 1 for the Cadet Rock class, presented by WKS Car Store. Costello gets home in second. Fastest lap for him at 35.7. And then Freddie Waller in third. Teddy Patterson makes the pass on Jet Randall at the last moment, and he gets up to fourth. And Randall in fifth. Then Hamish McGrath in sixth, and Iris Lee in seventh. Great racing there from the Cadet Rock class. Next up is going to be the Briggs class. So we'll see the Briggs class out very shortly. Alright, it's now time for the Muller Brewing Briggs class for their first heat race of the day. And we'll get them all organised in the next couple of laps. So, just to refresh you on qualifying, Ryan Jeffries will be starting on the front row on this one, alongside him Chris Cox. And then it'll be Louise Gridley and John T. Phillips. Then we go back to Toby Albee, William Ruffle. Then Gil Mears, Ian Smith, Kevin Barker and Chris Harris, the top 10. So another 8 laps for the Briggs class. And a bigger field here, so should be plenty more passing opportunities here for the drivers as they go through. All right, so we'll get them formed up this lap and we'll get ourselves underway for the 8-lap heat race for the Briggs class, brought to you by Muller Brewing. All right, we're coming up to the form-up line, so they're going to start to make their way too wide and form themselves up for a rolling start here for the Muller Brewing Briggs class, heat race number 1 of the day for them. Split into the classes, you can see them split off from light and heavy. Light class is going to lead us off, and then we go back to the heavy class. So now into the final corner, we're going to get it ready to put the foot to the floor. And green flag flyers are underway for the Briggs class heat race number 1. And it's going to be a good start for Ryan Jeffries. And we've got a little bit of contact. Someone's shoved wide, all up and over almost. Someone's been nosed up on another car. We've got one around as well. Now 2 around there. Looks like car 94. So Kyle Loganberg, one of those at the back. And car 24, Christian O'Malley, involved in that as well. Pass on the inside here, car 5. There's Chris Harris, who's just gone around the outside on car 11. That's Jamie McKitchney. So down at turn 1, 7 laps to go here for Ryan Jeffries. He leads us away from Chris Cox. Then we go back to Louise Gridley. Gridley looks at the outside through turn 2. Had to back out of that one. Was not going to be any room there for it to make a move through. So, as you were, a little bit of dicing going on at the back there. Going into turn at 4 and 5, that's 6. That's going to be Kevin Barker and Andrew Goodshot. Kevin Barker and Deacon, I should say, going at it. As we go down the straight now to make it 6 laps to go. Jeffries holds a 9/10 of a second lead, so almost clear of Chris Cox by a second. And Louise Gridley sends it up the inside. Or I should say William Ruffle sends it up the inside of Louise Gridley there. And gets the pass done, so good move there from William Ruffle. John T. Phillips was moved through as well. So Phillips was their fastest lap of the race currently. As we get them all through. 5 laps to go here for Ryan Jeffries. Chris Cox takes the fastest lap of this race, 36.371. So he's a 10th exactly faster than Ryan Jeffries that last time by. So let's see if Cox can narrow down the gap from Jeffries in front. So it's Chris Cox ahead of William Ruffle, then it's John T. Phillips, and a little bit of dicing going on here between Ruffle and John T. Phillips. Phillips defended well. So good defence there for William Ruffle from the attacking John T. Phillips. They're going wheel to wheel once again down the straight. As it looks like we've just had Jamie McKinstry get past to John T. Phillips there or something like that. Missed those numbers there. But it was a pass there from Jamie McKechnie. As we go down into turn 4, Jeffrey still leads from Cox. Then we go back to Ruffle, then Gridley. And then it'll be John T. Phillips. And then we go back to Ian Smith. And then Jackie Ballas. And Chris Harris. And a send up the inside from Christian O'Malley on Sam Rook there. Good pass from Christian O'Malley there to get past Sam Rook. So now going into turn 3 for Ryan Jeffries, the gap's narrowed again. 4 tenths of a second between the top two. Here comes Chris Cox. Cox is a couple tenths faster than Jeffries every lap here. Russell ahead of Gridley for the 3rd and 4th spot. Then it goes back to John T. Phillips and Ian Smith. That's really the battle pack at the front of the moment. 4-car battle for the 3rd spot as we have 2 laps to go. Chris Cox. Cox is right up the tail here of Ryan Jeffries. The gap narrows to 1/10 of the second. What can Chris Cox do here? Can he make a pass on Ryan Jeffries? 35.840, the fastest lap of the race by Chris Cox. He's not going to make a pass there. He's going to send up the inside through turn 5. And Chris Cox takes the lead away from Ryan Jeffries. Jeffries is going to come back on the outside through turn 6. Has to hold on to second for now. He's going to try and come back at him down the straight though. Get the slipstream and send it up the inside through turn 1. Last lap forward is going to be out here. Battle for the lead raging on. A little bit of a bumper given to Chris Cox here from Jeffries. Jeffries up the inside through turn 2. Contact made. And Cox is going to send it right back through turn 3. So Chris Cox holds on to the lead through turn 3. Now into turn 4. Can he hold on to it? And he's got it through turn 5. Now can Jeffries make a last-ditch effort through turn number 6. And to the final corner. They make it through. And Cox is going to hold on, I think, here. Pulls away down the straight. Chris Cox will win the Briggs Heat Race number 1. Presented by Moa Brewing. And it's going to be Ryan Jeffries into 2nd. Then we go back to William Ruffle in 3rd. Then Louise Gridley in 4th. And John T. Phillips in 5th. Those 3 cars spread out towards the end of that race. Ian Smith in 6th. And we go back to Andrew Goodser in 7th. Jackie Ballas 8th. Chris Harris 9th. Then Gil Mears in the 10th spot. So a great race there from the Briggs class for their first heat race presented by Moa Brewing. And next up is going to be the Rotax Junior. So Rotax Junior with 17 carts. That one's going to be a good one. That one's been contested very hotly all day long with the tuning and time trials. So that will be a good one. We'll be back with that one very shortly. All right, we've got our Rotax Junior onto the track now. That's brought to you by Degree 43 Hot Tubs. So next up is our open class. So can the open cars please get to their grid slots in the pits, please? The open class gets your pit allocation as we get our Rotax Junior lined up and gridded up for a rolling start, another one, as we will have consistently all weekend. And it's going to be a very tight race with the Rotax Junior class. So Zach Tucker will start on the pole with a 30.911 in qualifying, so he was quite a while clear of Levi McMillan in second, who was only 2,000ths clear of Henry Fisher in third. So this is going to be a very, very good race between McMillan, Tucker, and Fisher. Don't count out Louis Smith and Robbie Bass either. They'll be very competitive towards the mid-pack and could spoil the party for the top two in this race. So we've got Levi Tucker, kart number 3 against Karts MN, the Mainland Series reigning champion Levi McMillan. Let's see how this is going to play out with another 8-lap race for the Rotax Juniors. Tucker and McMillan are going to provide a pretty stonking battle here. And you can't forget Henry Smith and Louis Smith in a second row. Green flag flies. We're underway for another 8-lap heat race, and it's a good start from Zach Tucker. He's clear at the front. A little bit of bumper cars going on between him and McMillan. McMillan sends it up the inside through turn 2, and he gets it cleared. And Levi McMillan takes the lead away, going through turn 2 now into turn 3. Can Zach Tucker get him back at all? Not quite. Bit of dicing going on at the back there. That's Cooper McLeod just getting around someone there. A bit fast for me to see those numbers going through turn 5. All wheel to wheel towards the rear of the field. And we go through turn number 1. Levi McMillan storming away out the front, already a 0.5 of a second lead as we go into turn number 3. And looks like Henry Fisher maybe starting to put a bit of pressure on Zach Tucker here. Let's see what they can do as we run single file now. So the cars now firing themselves out, sorting themselves out, and it looks like we're going to be in for an imminent battle between Zach Tucker and Henry Fisher here as they go down into turn 1 for 6 laps. McMillan holding on 0.8 of a second. He's extending his lead with the fastest lap of the race to boot, a 32.024 for Levi McMillan. Now down into turn number 4. He's clear of Zach Tucker. Henry Fisher trying to find a way around him. Really close from Ryan Gallagher on back. That's a very close battle pack there. They'll be throwing up some spoilers in the next couple of minutes. McMillan holding on at the front. 9/10 now clear of Zach Tucker. Fisher trying to find a way around Tucker as they go down into turn 3. Needs to find a better line that he can run to get a pass on. Here we go, 5. That's Robbie Bass. Robbie Bass sends it up the inside of Louis Smith through turn number 5. So good pass there from Robbie Bass. So he's just got a little bit squirrely off into turn 6. And here comes Louis Smith right back at him. 3-way battle here for the 4th spot. And we got Robbie Bass looking to the inside on Ben Gormack. So it's going to be Bass sitting in the 5th spot at the moment. But they're out. What a battle going on here between Robbie Bass, Ben Gormack, and Louis Smith. Can't count out those 5 carts behind them either. Battle raging on now for the 2nd spot as well. Henry Fisher right within striking distance of Zach Tucker as they go down into turn number 4. Levi McMillan clear by a 2nd. No moves being thrown here by Henry Fisher. Fisher keeping it nice and steady. And right now Cormac can hit that. And Louis Smith. So as we go down with 2 laps to go in this Degree 43 Hot Tubs Rotax Junior class for their first heat race of the day. 6 laps down, 2 to go for Levi McMillan. He's got the 1.1 second gap out the front of the field at the moment. And Ben Gormack really pulling away in that 4th spot. Henry Fisher still trying to find a way around Zach Tucker. Lockie McGregor and Cooper McLeod, those guys are having a bit of a scrap at it as well. Bumper to bumper. As we have the last lap poured out for Levi McMillan. He's got the fastest lap of the way, 31.15. And he's got 1.2 seconds in hand over Zach Tucker. Tucker holding on to second over Henry Fisher. Fisher's going to try and find a way through, but he's not quite close enough. Ben Gormack holding on to 4th over Robbie Batt and Louis Smith at this point. Down into the final corner and across the line for Levi McMillan. He takes home the heat race number 1 for the Rotax Junior class. Then we go back to Zach Tucker, 1.3 seconds back, and Henry Fisher in 3rd spot. Ben Gormack in the 4th spot. He holds on over Robbie Batt and Louis Smith. What a great battle that was between those 3. Fletcher Lowe and Lockie McGregor in 7th and 8th. Then we go back to Cooper McLeod in 9th and Ryan Gallagher rounding up off the top 10. Next up, it's our open class. So 7 karts in there. That's going to be a pretty good one to watch. Some very talented drivers in there. So we'll wait to see how that pans out in the next couple of minutes. And a very quick turnaround there for the open class. They're out on the track, going to get themselves formed up. And so we'll get them running very shortly. So next class after that is going to be the Vortex Mini Rock. So please make sure you are in the pit area, ready to go for your heat race. So it is going to be the open class. And of course, it was a very close qualifying between Miles Finlay, Matt Hamilton, and Jacob Douglas. Those 3 really the class of the field, putting on some great laps. Jacob Douglas, the 29.048, so he was 2 tenths clear of Miles Finlay in 2nd, and then Miles was about 5 tenths clear of Matt Hamilton in 3rd, so could be a bit of a battle royal going on between those 3 if they can manage to keep it a little bit closer. Let's see what Jacob Douglas is able to do, though. That was a stonking lap in qualifying, so we'll be interesting to see. Matt Hamilton, of course, a very skilled driver. We know how skilled he is with his past car racing experience, so let's see if he can put that to good use and find some ways around the faster cars in front of him of Miles Finlay and Jacob Douglas. All right, we're all formed up, ready to go racing for another 8-lap heat race for the open class. Into the final corner and down onto the straight. And green flag flies are underway. Good start there from Miles Finlay. Looks like he's cleared Jacob Douglas at the start. Douglas gets right back by him though. And Finlay is going to try and run right around the outside. Through turn 2. No room there for him to make a pass. Going into turn 3. Douglas holds on to the lead at this stage. Finlay in 2nd and Hamilton in 3rd. We go back to Kyle Lowe and Hamish Carpenter. Then we go back to Bo Lee. Something's happened to Scott Waugher at that start. He's all the way down at the very back of the field. 7 laps to go here for Jacob Douglas. 2 tenths of a second clear of Miles Finlay at the front. Then we go back to Matt Hamilton, who's about 5 tenths behind of Miles Finlay. So it's Douglas, Finlay, and Hamilton, your top 3. Then we go back to Kyle Lowe and Hamish Carpenter. Those 2 are having a monster scrap at it. Hamish Carpenter looking to make his way around the outside of Kyle Lowe. Couldn't make a move stick there. Now going down the straight. Can Hamish Carpenter get any passes done here on Kyle Lowe? We'll have to wait and see. 29.771, the fastest lap of this race set by Jacob Douglas. 2 tenths faster than what Miles Finlay could manage at 29.995. Here we go, Hamish Carpenter up the inside, had a look up the inside on Kyle Lowe through turn 4. Now he's going to try and look through turn 6. No gains there for Hamish Carpenter. Lowe just seems to have a lot better acceleration here for Hamish Carpenter. It's a little bit of a struggle to get back past him. Going through turn number 2. Let's see, can Hamish Carpenter pull something off here? He gains up on the brakes, right up to the bumper. Had a look through turn 5, couldn't make it stick. Has to hold on and suffice for that position at the moment. 5 laps to go now, 4. 4 laps to go here for Jacob Douglas. And we go back to second, Miles Finlay. Then it'll be Matt Hamilton. And then we go back to the battle of Kyle Lowe and Hamish Carpenter. Carpenter really trying to push it through the second sector. Has a lot more speed than Kyle Lowe through the second sector. Late on the brakes through turn number 4. No way through for Hamish Carpenter on turn 4 and 5. And that's far back to make anything happen at turn 6. Jacob Douglas currently still leading. 8 tenths ahead of Miles Finlay. And he's 2 seconds clear of Matt Hamilton. Kyle Lowe, Hamish Carpenter, that's really the battle to watch right now. Those two are going at it like a pack of rollers dogs. And they go through turn number 5. And Carpenter's not quite close enough to make any passes there. Two laps to go here for Jacob Douglas. As he goes through turn 3, he's well and truly clear of Miles Finlay at the front. He's 1.3 seconds clear. Then we go back to Finlay, who's himself about a second clear of Hamilton. Then Kyle Lowe, Hamish Carpenter. And then we go back to Bo Lee. It's got Waller looking at the inside here on Bo Lee now. Story sends it up the inside too. Turn 5, couldn't make it stick. Had to back out of that one. Now going into turn number 6. Let's see what we can do. Through the lane straight. Scott Waller puts the power down. As we've got the last lap board out for Jacob Douglas. Out of the final corner. Jacob Douglas led every lap this race, and he's going to take this one home. Jacob Douglas takes the checkered flag and wins the open heat race. Then we go back to Miles Finlay, Matt Hamilton, Kyle Lowe, Hamish Carpenter, Scott Waller, got past Bo Lee. So a good race there from the open class. Next up, the Vortex Mini Rock. So we'll be looking forward to seeing how that one plays out in the next couple of minutes. Douglas from Finlay, Hamilton, Lowe, Carpenter, your top 5. Then we go Waller and Lee to round off the open field. So it is the Vortex Mini Rock class next. We'll be back with that in a few minutes. right, we've got our Vortex Mini Rock class sponsored by Christian O'Malley, Mike Piero Real Estate. So a reminder, next class is the Rotax Heavy class. So can the Rotax Heavy class please make their way to the pits and to the grid area that, as we get our Vortex Mini Rock class underway and gridded up. Looking forward to a good race here. Some very good times being put through and very close times in qualifying. Nixon Cripps only a couple of hundredths ahead of George Tucker. Ida Spencer was very close in there as well, as was Magni Whittle. Aaron Lee and Max Zhao were very close to each other as well. So we've got some great cars, great field of karts here. Looking forward to seeing how this is going to play out. Very close field as well, so looking forward to some good overtaking and good racing for this one as we get them formed out here. So Nixon Cripps, George Tucker, that front row. Then we go back to Ivor Spence, Magni Whittle, Aaron Lee, Max Zhao, Oliver Dennison, and Will Finch. Then Jossie Ware and Fraser Hodges. That's our top 10 of this Vortex Mini Rock class presented by Christian O'Malley, Mike Piero Real Estate. Let's get heat race number 1 for them underway very shortly. 8 laps to the distance. Looking to see who's going to take home the checkered flag in this one. And green flag flyers are underway. Good start there from Nixon Cripps. And he takes the lead. He's clear. Into turn 1, Ivor Spence goes right around the outside of George Tucker. And he steals the second spot, I should say. But Tucker comes right back at him for turn number 3. And he's got the position now. So Nixon Cripps holds on. A little bit of a battle going on between Oliver Dennison and Judo O'Malley. Those two are battling it out as we now go into the main straight. It looks like we had a bit of an incident there with Josh Steele. So it's a bit of an incident for Josh Steele there as we go down now into turn 2. Nixon Cripps, 6/10 of a second clear of George Tucker. Ivor Spence now looking to try and find his way around. George Tucker here looks like he's going to try and make a move here in the next couple of laps. And we go down the main straight one more time. Nixon Cripps storming away out the front of the field at the moment. Laps to go here for Nixon Cripps. 8/10 for second lead for him. Tucker now coming under some serious pressure from Ivor Spence. And Ivor Spence himself is coming under pressure from Magni Whittle behind. Through turn 4. Oh, Spence had a look through the inside. Tucker went a little wide through turn 4. Spence had a look up the inside, just couldn't make the move stick. Tucker looks behind him. He knows that Spence is right there behind him. He's aware of the threat that's looming large and is right behind him now. Up the inside goes Ivor Spence. Great pass. Now they switch back from George Tucker as they go down into turn 3. And it's going to be Ivor Spence that takes the place. George Tucker into second now. Here comes Magni Whittle. Whittle up the inside, and he gets the place as well. So George Tucker loses two spots in the space of 1 lap here. Now we've got 4 laps to go here for Nixon Cripps. He is going to be a second and a little bit ahead of George Tucker. Second, 1.6 seconds ahead of Ivor Spence, I should say. Then we go back to Magni Whittle and George Tucker. Tucker staying with Whittle here as they go down into turn 4. Jed O'Malley, a little bit of a tap there from Jed O'Malley to the back of Will Finch. So O'Malley trying to get his way past Will Finch. And we got to 1 stop. And at turn 6, that's kart 70. That's Jossie Ware. So Ware having issues on lap 1, unfortunately there. Battle raging on for the third spot though. Magni Whittle, ahead of George Tucker. And here comes Tucker up the inside through turn 4. Gets the pass done. Maggie Whittle comes back for him. Switches back to the inside. And Whittle is going to have to suffice for the foot spot at the moment. He's going to try and come back to George Tucker. And the battle still raging on for third right now. Those two inseparable as they go down into turn number 2. Here comes Whittle on the outside. Slips up a bit, does George Tucker. Whittle now on the outside for turn 3 as well. He's going to come around and he has to back out of that one. Can he fire it up the inside? Door was wide open, just chose to run the outside through turn number 4. And turn 6. Last lap board out for Nixon Cripps. So Nixon Cripps leading by 2 seconds now over Ivor Spence. Battle for third rages on. This is really good racing between George Tucker and Magni Whittle here. Tucker holding on to the spot at the moment, but Whittle was running out of chances to get past him. Whittle runs the outside, tries to get a bit of turn in for turn 4. Cuts back down through turn 5. He's going to run out of chances here, I think. He can't make a move stick through the inside of turn 6. And that's going to be that. Nixon Cripps takes the chicken flag and wins the Vortex Mini Rock race, heat race number 1 for them for today. So Nixon Cripps gets the win for So Nixon Cripps gets the win for the Vortex Mini Rock class presented by Christian O'Malley, My Piero Real Estate. Then it comes home in second is Ivor Spence and George Tucker and Magni Whittle. Those two round off the top 4. Very close battling between them, and then we go back to Aaron Lee in 5th, Max Shaw in 6th, Oliver Dennison in 7th, Will Finch in 8th, Jet O'Malley in 9th, then we go back to Fraser Hodges at the 10th spot. Great racing from the Vortex Mini Rock class, and we'll be back with the Rotax Heavy class in the next couple of minutes. Alright, we've got our Norwood New Zealand Rotax Heavy class on to the track, and we'll get them gridded up very shortly, so please can we get the Rotax Light class to the pit area, the Rotax Light class to the pit area, please. So we've got the 12-car lineup of the Rotax Heavy class. We've got a very good lineup here of karts. We had a very close qualifying as well. Thomas Emerson and Simon Hunter swapping times very consistently, and Emerson got the better of him at the end of it, but he'll have Hunter right alongside him for the start of this race. So we'll get them all lined up and gridded up in the next couple of minutes and see how this pans out in the Rotax Heavy class for their 8-lap heat race. So we've just got one more lap around to grid them up. And looking like it will be a crack of a race here between Emerson and Hunter. And to tell you what, Shane Madsen and Paul Hughes were only separated by 4,000ths of a second in qualifying, so keep your eye on those two. That will be a very close battle between Shane Madsen and Paul Hughes. And Thomas Emerson now gets to the file-up line, and they will start to line up too wide, at least they should be. Simon Hunter's holding out back a little bit, but now he's alongside, so everyone's filed up, getting ready to go, racing here for 8 laps for the Norwood New Zealand Rotax Heavy class. Down the straight to start off the 8-lap heat race, and green flag flies are underway. Good start there from Thomas Emerson, and he's got the lead clear of Simon Hunter. We've got one around at the back, and he's been clattered into by someone. It looks like we'll have to wait and see who those were. So Emerson leads us away right now. Simon Hunter in the second spot. There we go back to Kevin Barker. So both karts that were involved in that incident in pit lane, so we'll get an idea on who those were in a very short while. So Thomas Emerson currently your leader with 7 laps to go here. Simon Hunter into second. Then we go back to Kevin Barker, Paul Hughes, Darren French, Ryan Gooding, Neil Shearer, Ian Carn, so Shane Madsen and Attila Sivak. For those two involved at the start, and we got one around as well at the back there. We'll have to figure out who that is. Looks like Ian Carter. So Ian Carter going around at the back there. So it's Thomas Emerson at the front, following him Simon Hunter. Then we go back to Kevin Barker in the third spot, Paul Hughes in the fourth spot. So real shame that Shane Madsen was caught up in that, so it's going to be a right real scrap between Hughes and Madsen for that fourth spot. Hughes is now being pressured by Darren French and Ryan Gooding. Those three are in the closest battle pack on track at the moment. So Thomas Emerson continues to lead. He's got a 1.3 second lead over Simon Hunter. Thomas with a 31.693 for his fastest lap of the race. Hunter only doing 31.8, so he's 2 cents of a second faster than what Simon Hunter can manage here. So Emerson continues to hold the lead at the moment with 4 laps down, 4 to go. We've got, it looks like Paul Hughes starting to gap Darren French a little bit, but French is still there with him. So Hughes slowly pulling away from French at this stage. French maybe gaining a little bit this time. So Thomas Emerson holding on to the lead with 5 laps down, 3 to go for him. 31.385, fastest lap for Thomas Emerson. So he's 3 tenths of a lap, second a lap faster than Simon Hunter. So Emerson putting down some good times at this stage. Hunter starting to reel him in slightly. 31.535 last time for Simon Hunter, so that's his personal best lap of the race. So Emerson holding on over Hunter. Then we go back to Kevin Barker. Paul Hughes in the 4th spot. And it is going to be Ryan Gooding. Actually, Paul Hughes has dropped a couple of places. Oh, he's slowing on the front straight. We've got one stop in the front straight. Last lap board is out. But, oh boy. Wow, that's a real issue there for Paul Hughes. I believe that's Paul Hughes, maybe. As we get the checkered flag out for Thomas Emerson, he'll take home the heat race #1 for the Rotax Heavy class presented by Norwood, New Zealand. Then we go back to Simon Hunter, 1.5 seconds back. Then Kevin Barker, 2 seconds back from them. Darren French, Ryan Gooding, Neil Shearer. And then it will be Ian Carter getting past Paul Hughes at the line. And yeah, problems there for Paul Hughes on the second to last lap. Not 100% sure as to what happened there. But contact between Shane Madsen and Attila Sivak at turn 1 put them both out early. So drama aplenty in the Rotax Heavy class. So next one up is the Rotax Light class presented by Finework Pavers. We'll be back with that one very shortly. All right, time for our Rotax Light class for the final heat race of the first kind of heat race group here. And then we go into the second heat race for everyone else. And then we'll go the pre-final and then the final. Some really good competitive laps thrown in this class. Caleb Cross on the pole at 30.769, Chris Cox at 30.781, and then Miles Finlay in third at 30.897, Max Templeton at 30.972, so that top four is very, very close in time. So we'll get them all lined up. So the top four, really keep your eye on them because they are very, very close in time. Could be in for a very, very long race for them. They could be battling it out all the race long. Ollie Workman in the fifth spot, 31.031. Then we go back to Riley Gregg at 31.170. Connor Peel at 31.194. Archie Dampier Crossley at 31.303. Mandela Pluck at 31.353. And Louis Belmont rounding off the top 10 at 31.429. So we're getting everyone gridded up now as we go down through turn 5. And going to get ready for 8-lap heat race spots for the Rotax Light class presented to you by Faneworth Pavers. Going down the main straight now, getting ready for 8 laps of high-octane Rotax Light action. Green flag flies and we're underway. Good start there from Caleb Cross. Chris Cox into the second spot, but he's being hounded by Miles Finlay and Max Templeton. And Finlay's got past, as has Templeton, so those two make their way up to second and third respectively. Cox drops from second to fourth. So Caleb Cross currently leading them through. Now into the final corners. Anyone going to throw any Hail Marys through here? Not quite. And Max Templeton now trying to get through on Miles Finlay, but he's coming under pressure from Chris Cox. Caleb Cross a little bit clear up front. He's 0.5 of a second clear of Miles Finlay. Then we go with Max Templeton. Chris Cox. And we go down into turn number 4. Templeton had a look at the inside of Finlay. Oh, seen up the inside. What a move there from Jacob Early, was making a great pass there on Kobe Weir. So good pass there from Jacob Early. And, wow, Caleb Cross has really started to check out here. 0.8 of a second lead for him over Miles Finlay and Max Templeton. Chris Cox in the fourth spot. He's trying to make some moves up as Cox. Big slide there for car 8, that is Jerome Cooksley as he exited turn 4. We now go down the first corner and into turn number 2. 5 laps to go here for Caleb Cross, holding an 0.8 of a second lead. And it looks like we've just had a pass there from Archie Dampier Crossley and Louis Bell. Those two are going at it for one of the minor money spots. Louis Bell had a look to the inside of Crossley, wasn't going to make a move there. So Caleb Cross is really checked out here. 4 laps to go here for Caleb Cross. He's holding that 0.8 of a second lead. He's not really extending it or losing it. So just putting on their consistent laps right now. Miles Finlay holding on to second at the moment. Then we go back to Max Templeton and Chris Cox. Three laps to go here for Caleb Cross. Fastest lap of the race is tied between Miles Finlay and Chris Cox. Both of them set a 31.052. So great pace from those two. And Max Templeton, similar pace, 31.068. Caleb Cross, actually the slower of the top 4 drivers, with a 31.073. Ooh, a little bit of contact there from Jacob Early trying to get past Mandela Park. A little bit of contact to centre that up the inside, made contact with the left rear of Mandela Park, sent him a little bit wide off the corner. So a bit of an aggressive move there from Jacob Early. Oh, he's lost a bit of a lead, has Caleb Cross. He's lost a tenth of a second to Miles Finlay, who's now set the fastest lap of the race at a 30.979. Max Templeton quite quick as well at 30.998. We now have 2 laps to go, coming up to one more time around for Caleb Cross, the South Island champion. And one more time around here for Caleb Cross. He's lost another 2 tenths to Miles Finlay here. The South Island champion doing everything he can to hold on to this lead at this stage. Finlay goes fastest again at 30.909. Into turn 5. Looks like Caleb Cross is going to hold on to it. Now we go down into turn 6, down onto the final straight. Checkered flag's going to fly here. Caleb Cross will take home the Fine Work Pavers Rotax Light Heat Race number 1. And he'll be 4 tenths of a second ahead of Miles Finlay, who set a 30.902 for the fastest lap of the race. Max Templeton comes home third. Then we go back to Chris Cox, who dropped 2 places off the start and never recovered anything from that. We go back to Riley Gregg, Archie Dampier Crossley, Louis Bell, and then Connor Peel, Jacob Early in ninth, and then Mandela Pluck rounding off the top 10. So that was our Rotax Light class. And next one up will be the Cadet Rock class for their second heat race. All right, Cadets Rock class, heat number 2 for them, and it's their second heat race, and it looks like we're going to have a bit of a mix-up grid here maybe. And it will be, unless I'm just looking at the numbers, I think I'm just looking at the numbers here. Yeah, so Cadet Rock class, this one is their second heat, so another 8 laps for them. This one brought to you again by WKS Kartsport. So we'll get them all lined up. And reminder, next one up is going to be the Briggs class. So the Briggs class, please make sure they are at the grid for their next race. So we're going to get everyone lined up for the Cadet Rock heat number 2, 8 laps for a quick race, it looks like, from these guys. They put up a very nice, clean race last time round. Max Gosling and Taylor Costello, those two duked it out. Let's see how this is going to play out between those two once again. Looks like it's going to be Costello on the front row. Then we go back to Gosling alongside. Then it'll be Waller and Randall. Then Patterson and Lee. And rounding off the field will be Hamish McGrath. So let's see how this plays out as we go into the final corner and onto the main straight to start off the second heat race segment of the weekend. And green flag flies, we're underway. Good start there from Taylor Costello. He takes the lead and he's clear of Max Gosling going down into turn 1, now into turn 2 as they file their way through. It's Costello from Gosling. Waller looming in there. He laid on the brakes through turn number 3. Gained a lot of time there. Maybe in the fight here, right around the outside, trying to go for a cleaner line. Oh, he's been blocked off by Costello. Sorry, he's been blocked off by Max Gosling there. So, Freddie Waller trying to make a move around the outside on Max Gosling. Just got blocked off by them there, couldn't make a pass back as they go down the front straight and complete lap 1. Looks like we got one off already. That is Hamish McGrath. So car 9, Hamish McGrath is off and out. Taylor Costello currently the leader. Max Gosling into second. Then we go back to Freddie Waller. Going down into the final corner. Costello holds the advantage, but Gosling and Waller aren't dropping off him at this stage. He's not pulling a big enough gap to avoid the challenge. Down into turn number 3. Here comes Gosling. He starts to wake up at these midpoints of the race. So Max Gosling starting to claw his way back into the fight for the lead here. Looks like Teddy Patterson is trying to fight with Jet Randall and Iris Lee here as well. Down the front straight away. 5 laps to go here. For Taylor Costello, Max Gosling starting to make some inklings through the second sector. Costello really hasn't covered though. Gap 0.4 of a second. So Costello holds the advantage at this stage. Then we go back to Max Gosling, then Freddie Waller. Fastest lap of this race goes to Taylor Costello at this stage, 35.791 to Gosling's 35.872. As I say that, Gosling sets the fastest lap of the race, 35.720. So he is starting to put the brightness up and get the pace ramped up here in that number 11 kart. So let's see what he can do in these next couple of laps. He's got 4 more to go. So can Max Gosling get past Taylor Costello here? So really a 3-way split here. The top 3 is split up between the bottom 3, and everyone's having a right real scrap across the field. And look at that, Taylor Costello, he's woken up that lap and he's put in a blinder of a lap. 35.502, he's extended the gap out front to 0.5 of a second. So great lap there from Taylor Costello. Now Max Gosling's coming under threat. Oh, a little bit of contact there from Freddie Waller as they go down into turn number 4. Another bump from Freddie Waller. So Waller trying to do the bump and run strategy. Doesn't quite work that way as they go down into the final corner. And Costello well and truly ahead, and Waller looks like he may have ended up the inside there, but just didn't get the run off the corner that he needed to hold on to it. 2 laps to go here for Taylor Costello. He's 1 second clear of Max Gosling behind. Scraps going on for the minor money. Looks like Iris Lee and Jet Randall going at it. Randall went right on the outside of Lee, and here comes Teddy Patterson up the inside. Makes that move stick through turn number 2. Another bump and run there from Freddie Waller. So Waller really sending it in through turn number 4, bumping the back of Max Gosling. I don't think Max Gosling will be too happy about that one as they go down the straight. Here comes Freddie Waller. Up the inside of Gosling. Can he get the move done? Into turn 1. They're still wheel to wheel. They're going at, contact made. And off goes Gosling. So that was really inevitable, bumping and bashing their way all the way through to the last lap. And Waller maybe bumps his way one too many. Taylor Costello holding on for the lead at this stage. Then we go back to Freddie Waller, and then we go back to Max Gosling into the final corner and up the straight for Taylor Costello. He's dominated this race. He's forgotten about the pressure, and he's moved past it. What a race there from Taylor Costello. And Freddie Waller comes home second, but is that something that may be looked at after the race? We'll have to wait and see. And Max Gosling in third. Then we go back to Teddy Patterson and Jet Randall, Iris Lee, and then Hamish McGrath didn't really make the start there. Fastest lap of that race was done by Taylor Costello. Another blinder of a lap from him, a 35.492. The closest to him was Freddie Waller, 35.558. So next up is going to be the Briggs class for their second heat race. We'll be back with that in a couple of minutes. All right, we've got our Briggs Light class up next, the heat number 2 for them, and this one's brought to you by Moa Brewing. This is the Briggs class as a whole, I should say. So we've got the heavy and light class mixed into one. So of course another 8-lap heat race for them. And we'll see how this one pans out. A lot of cars in this class, so there should be some good overtakes being put through. So just a reminder, next up's Rotax Junior, so please, Rotax Junior, make your way to the grid. We're going to get everyone stacked up and lined up here very shortly. And get going for 8 laps of great action from the Briggs class. Classes have been separated, so it's time to go racing as we go down into the final corner. And on to the main straight. About to go green for 8 laps here. Green flag flies and we're underway. Good start there from Ryan Jeffries. He's clear to the lead, and he's got Chris Cox right behind him now. So Jeffries holding lead at this stage. Chris Cox sitting in second. And we go back to William Ruppel in the 3rd spot. And then it will be Ian Smith in the 4th spot there. And then we go back to Louise Ridley. And then we'll go back to Jonty Phillips. 3 wide going into turn 5. That was very risky there. Almost went clattering into each other, but no harm, no foul. So lap 1 complete. Ryan Jeffries holding on to the lead. 1/10 of a second ahead of Chris Cox. Then he's got William Russell right up his chuff as well. Then we go back to Ian Smith, Louise Gridley, Jonty Phillips, Toby Elby, Glenn Mears, Kyle Roggenberg, and Jackie Ballas in the top 10. Into turn 4. William Russell's really looking racy here. He looks like he's going to try and make some moves in the next couple of minutes. Oh, bit of a contact there from Kevin Barker to the back of Christian O'Malley. So Kevin Barker just sent it into turn number 5, made contact with Christian O'Malley. So we've got a battle for the lead roaring on between Ryan Jeffries and Chris Cox. William Russell's making some good moves as well. He's trying to get in amongst this action, but really it's a bit hard to do 3 wide here, as we saw that with the turn 5 incident. And Ryan Jeffries holding on to the lead over Chris Cox, and we go back. William Russell, who's currently got the fastest lap of this race at this point. So Christian O'Malley had a little look there at Jackie Ballas, had to back out of that one. And wheel to wheel for the lead, going down into turn 1. Chris Cox and Ryan Jeffries. Jeffries holds on. Cox has to back out of that one. Going into turn number 2. William Russell sitting there in 3rd. He's looking to pick up the pieces of these 2. Come to blows. Down into turn number 4. No moves being thrown there. Now into turn number 6. On to the main straight. What can Cox do? He's got him. Chris Cox has made a pass. He's got the lead. So Chris Cox now into the lead into turn number 1. Here comes Jeffries on the outside. Has to hold on to 2nd place. Oh, he's going to try right around the outside as Ryan Jeffries. Going down into turn number 2. Cox holds the inside. Switchback from Ryan Jeffries as they go down to turn 3. Another switchback here from Chris Cox and Ryan Jeffries. Those 2 scrapping it out like nobody's business. And Cox has the lead and he's got it all sorted. So Chris Cox, your leader now of the overall classes and of the Briggs Light class as well. Setting up the inside from Chris Harris. Harris makes a move up the inside through turn number 5. And we've got 3 laps to go here for Chris Cox. Ryan Jeffries in 2nd. Then we go back to William Ruppel in 3rd. Cox holding on. Here comes Ryan Jeffries, so he's trying to make some moves as they go down into turn 3, now into turn 4. He's right at the bumper. Can't make a move there. Has to hold on to it. Runs a wider line, trying to get the better run out of the corner. To send it in up the inside of turn number 6. Couldn't do that. Has to suffice for second for now. And we've got 2 laps to go here in this one. And Ryan Jeffries is all over the back of Chris Cox. He's got the fastest lap of this race now, 35.695. Cox is best at 35.728. Going down now from turn 3 into turn 4. Jeffries still trying to find a way by. Can't do it. William Ruffles dropped off. That group of 4 behind Ruffle is going at it like nobody's business as well. Down the straight now. With the last lap board going to come out here with 1 lap to go. Here for Chris Cox. Can he hold on to it? Here comes Ryan Jeffries. Cox has now got the fastest lap, 35.572. Oh my goodness, that was only 8 thousandths of a second faster than Ryan Jeffries' fastest lap. So that's just how close these front 2 are. Going down now into turn number 4 for the final time. Can Cox hold him off? Into the final corner. Chris Cox is going to hold on to this one, I think, here. No, Ryan Jeffries is going to have to suffice a second. Checkered flag waves. Chris Cox will win the Briggs Heat Race number 2 of the day. So Chris Cox, your winner of Briggs Heat Race number 2. Ryan Jeffries comes home in second. William Ruffle in third. Johnny Phillips in fourth. Ian Smith fifth. Louise Gridley sixth. Toby Alvey in seventh. Gillen Mears in 8th, Chris Harris 9th, and Kevin Barker in the 10th spot. Wow, what a battle royal that was between Chris Cox and Ryan Jeffries. Can't wait for the pre-final and final events for this class. That will be a right real scrap on between those 2. Next up is going to be our Rotax Junior class for their second heat race. We'll be back with that very soon. All right, folks, just a reminder, this is the lunch break, so we'll be having a lunch break now, and then we'll be getting into the Rotax Junior heat race after that, so go get yourself some food, and we'll be right back in a couple of minutes for the Rotax Junior heat race.
Hey everybody, just while it's quiet. So lunch tomorrow will be from 12:30 to 1:15, and today we're going back at 1:15. As far as our penalty logging system is concerned, if you've got the notifications turned on your Sporty app, it'll tell you if you get a penalty. Also, if you go to Kartsport Canterbury's Facebook page, there's a penalty log on Google Drive there, so you can see live all the penalties that are being logged throughout the event, and any associated videos or images related to the penalties and the application of them, etc. So go to Kartsport Canterbury Facebook page, and under, I think it's the top post at the moment, it'll have a location for where all the penalties are logged. Thank you.
All right, folks, just a quick notice. If you are enjoying a lunch break, I hope you are enjoying a lunch break. Next class needs to be out of the gate by 1:15, please. So next class out of the gate by 1:15. All right, we've got the Rotax Max Junior class back on track for their second heat race of the weekend, and this one's brought to you by Degree 43 Hot Tubs, and we're going to have another good race here with these guys. Looking forward to seeing how this one's going to pan out. So many good drivers in here, lots of good close racing in the last one, so let's see how this one's going to play out. We look at the likes of Levi McMillan, Zach Tucker, and Henry Fisher. Those three were almost inseparable as we went through the first heat race. Robbie Batt and the likes of Louis Smith, Ben Gormag, those guys were all very close together as well. So this heat race is going to be full of action, thrills, spills, and everything in between. So keep your eyes on this one, and we'll wait to see how this pans out as we get everyone lined up this time by. And looks like it's going to be Levi McMillan once again on the front row alongside Zach Tucker. And then we'll go back and wait and see who lines up where. So McMillan and Tucker, that front row, then we'll go back to Henry Fisher and Louis Smith, and then Robbie Batt and Ben Cormack. Those are really your key and notable entries into the final corner. Time to start us off for the first race after the lunch break and the second heat race for the Rotax Junior. 17 karts contesting this one. Let's see how this is going to plan out for them. Green flag flies are underway. Good start there by Levi McMillan and by Zach Tucker as well as they go down into turn 2. What a great pass there on the inside from Henry Fisher. He's moved up past Levi McMillan into the second spot. Now they go down into turn number 4. And it's going to be Zach Tucker, Levi McMillan. What a send back down the inside on Henry Fisher. What a great pass that was from Levi McMillan. He made it stick, sent it up the inside and made it stick. So great pass there from Levi McMillan, showing why he is the reigning mainland series champion of this category. Going down into turn 1. Still Zach Tucker. Now it's Levi McMillan into second. And we go back to Henry Fisher in third. And a little bit of dicing going back beyond the field. Looks like that's going to be Buster Bailey and Tyler Norris, I believe that is, having a good scrap there. And we go back to all of that. Josh Hill and Tyler Norris, as well as Angus Wilson, those three are battling it out like nobody's business, going down at turn 4 and 5. And hopefully they would have kept it going through turn 6. They have good stuff like that. And they're still scrapping away, going down the front straight away. Still battle for lead, raging on now. Levi McMillan has closed that gap down to Zach Tucker as they go down into turn number 4. He is really late on the brakes through turn 4. Now goes in through turn 5. And he's going to hold it on at the moment. A little bit of contact there from, looks like Nicholson just ended up the inside of potentially Charlie Steele down at turn 5. Maybe a little contact made there as well. Now we go down into turn number 2. McMillan tries the outside line. Tucker covers it off, and he has it covered. No problems at all there for Zach Tucker. Going down into turn 3. Now needs to hold the inside line. Does that. Levi McMillan, no way around. Here he comes up the inside through turn 5. What a great pass by Levi McMillan. Fantastic. Up the inside at turn 5. Textbook pass. And he's now got the lead of the race. Levi McMillan, fantastic send up the inside, and he is now leading this race with no problems at all. Now has to hold on to this lead. Can he hold on to it? Compared to Zach Tucker behind him. And then we go back to Henry Fisher. These three have been rather inseparable all weekend long. Then we go back all the way down into the car number 5 area as Robbie Batt. And then we go back to Fletcher Lowe and Louis Smith. Those three are having a right little scrap on it as well. Ben Gormack's dropped a couple places here at the start as well. So he was racing with Louis Smith and Robbie Batt at the start of the second, at the start of the first heat, I should say. And now he's dropped all the way back to that second kind of mid-pack there. So a couple of places lost with Ben Gormack there. And we go down into turn number 4 once again. Levi McMillan holding on to the lead over Zach Tucker. Then we go back to Henry Fisher, starting to make some gains himself. Then it's going to be Robbie Batt and Fletcher Lowe. Fletcher Lowe putting out a good performance. Up the inside goes Layla Nicholson on Buster Bailey. So good pass there from Layla Nicholson on Buster Bailey. And she's got that move done. No problems at all there. We've got 2 laps to go here for Levi McMillan as they go down. Turn 3 and up, down the hill again, into turn number 4. McMillan has a good advantage over Zach Tucker and over Henry Fisher as well. Scraps going on between Leyland Nicholson and Charlie Steele. Those two are scrapping it out. They have been scrapping it out for the past couple of laps. So let's see if Nicholson can make her way past Charlie Steele. Steele gets a better run out of the corner there. As we have 1 lap to go. Last lap board out here for Levi McMillan. Stole it away from Zach Tucker with an aggressive but very, very cautious and calculated send up the inside through turn 5. And Levi McMillan is really stunning the field today in this one. Out of the final corner, Levi McMillan is going to come down the straight and he's going to take home the checkered flag. Wow, what a great performance. Levi McMillan wins the second heat race for the Rotax Juniors and wins it with a dominating style. Great pass down the inside at turn 5. That's one that he'll probably look back on and really love to see that one over again. In second, we'll go back to Zach Tucker. Held on to that one after a bit of pressure from Henry Fisher behind him. So good race from those top 2. Henry Fisher, of course, in 3rd place. And I believe we go back to Robbie Batt. And then we go back to Louis Smith. And we've just lost that on our timing screens. So great race there from the Rotax Junior class, presented to you by Degree 43 Hot Tubs. Next one up is going to be the Open class. So the Open class will be next. And we'll see how that plans out, with Jacob Douglas taking a dominant victory in the first heat. Can he take another one in heat number 2? We'll find out very soon. All right, time for our Open class now. Next one up, of course, after this is going to be the Vortex Mini Rock. So please, can the Vortex Mini Rock carts get to their grid spots in the pits? So first up is our Open class. I'm looking forward to seeing how this one's going to play out. 8 laps, of course, as usual for these guys. And only 7 carts, but still very good competition here for these drivers. Some very talented ones in here as well. So Jacob Douglas, you can see him coming through here now. Cart number 10 here, absolutely dominated the first race. Whitewashed the whole field by about 2 seconds or more. So it was a great race before from Jacob Douglas. Can he keep the same performance going into the next heat race? We'll have to wait and see. So we're going to get them all gridded up this time. With Jacob Douglas on the front row, I expect it will be Miles Finlay alongside him, and then Matt Hamilton in row 3, He'll be alongside Scott Waller. Then it'll be Kyle Lowe and Hamish Carpenter, and rounding up the field will be Bo Lee. Going into the final corner to bring us to the green flag. Finlay and Jacob Douglas on that front row. Can Miles Finlay out-drag Jacob Douglas into turn one? Green flag flies, we're about to find out. Good start from Douglas, he's clear, but here comes Finlay around the outside. He was shown the door, and no way through there for Miles Finlay. Matt Hamilton now having a look at the back of Miles Finlay. Can he make a pass here? Through turn four, runs a little bit higher, get a better run on the exit. Then, he had a look at the inside of turn five. Wasn't going to work there for him. Down into the final corner. And it's Jacob Douglas who holds the advantage. He's pulling away now, ahead of Miles Finlay, and then we go back, Matt Hamilton, and then it looks like it's going to be Hamish Carpenter who's moved his way up as well into one spot there. Ahead of Kyle Lowe, and ahead of Hamish is going to be Scott Waller. So right now it's as you were. Douglas leads, then we go back to Finlay, then we go back to Hamilton, Scott Waller, Hamish Carpenter, Kyle Lowe, and then Bo Lee. Into turn three. Douglas holding on to the advantage. He was 3/10 of a second faster last lap. Held a 3/10 of a second lead in the last lap to Jacob Douglas, but he didn't get the fastest lap. Miles Finlay got the fastest lap at 29.652. Douglas was sitting at 29.689. So battle could be on here. As I say that, Douglas extends his advantage, 5/10 of a second at the front of the field. 29.385 for Jacob Douglas, his new fastest lap of the race. 5 laps to go here for Jacob Douglas. Miles Finlay trailing him in second. Then we go back to Hamilton in third. Then it's Scott Waller, Hamish Carpenter. Those two are going to be scrapping it up very soon. Don't forget about Kyle Lowe. He's hanging there to pick up the pieces. It's Scott Waller and Hamish Carpenter come to blows. Keep your eye on car 7 and car 55. Those two are going to be very close together in these next couple of laps. Hamish Carpenter's best lap was a 30.533. Scott Waller's best with a 30.530. That's how close it is between Hamish Carpenter and Scott Waller. Douglas continues to extend his advantage. He's now 8/10 clear of Miles Finlay at the front. Hamilton's still sitting in second. Hamilton's still sitting in third. We go back to Scott Waller and Hamish Carpenter. Waller holding on for the moment, but Kyle Lowe's joined the party. So now it's a three-way fight for the fourth spot between Waller, Carpenter, and Kyle Lowe. Coming up to 2 laps to go here for Jacob Douglas. See if he can hold on to the win over Miles. Hasn't really extended that advantage out too much. 6/10 of a second, so that gap came down. Miles Finlay's fastest at 29.348. Jacob still with a 29.317. Douglas holding on for the moment. But Miles Finlay maybe starting to close in on him. Here's the battle for Waller, Carpenter. Those two are nose to tail. Can Hamish Carpenter make anything work on Scott Waller here? 1 lap to go for Jacob Douglas. Following him, Miles Finlay. Can he make a last lap charge? 6/10 between the two. Douglas holding on for now. Scott Waller, I should say. Holding on also over Hamish Carpenter. Down and into turn number 1. Checker flag's going to fly. Jacob Douglas takes home the open class heat race number 2 ahead of Miles Finlay. Then we go back to Matt Hamilton. Then it's Scott Waller who holds on over Hamish Carpenter, Kyle Lowe, and then we go back to Bo Lee. Good racing there from the open class. Next up is going to be the Vortex Mini Rock, and we'll be back with that very shortly. All right, we've got our Vortex Mini Rock presented by Christian O'Malley, Mike Vero Real Estate. Reminder, next class up is the Rotax Heavy class, so can the Rotax Heavy class please make their way to the pit grids? Rotax Heavy to the pit grids, please. Another 8-lap heat here for the Vortex Mini Rock, presented by Christian O'Malley, Mike Vero Real Estate. We're going to get them lined up this time by. Looking for another good run here from Nixon Cripps, the South Island champion. Can he hold on to another win here? Been challenged severely by George Tucker and Ivor Spence. Those three have been inseparable all weekend. They've been very close together, bumper to bumper. So let's see how this plays out. Getting lined up here to start off the 8-lap heat race. Who's going to win it at the end of it? It's anyone's guess. Going down the straight to get the green flag for 8 laps. And green flag flies run away. Good start there from Nixon Cripps. He's clear to the lead, and he's very clear. Got a good gap over the car behind him, which is George Tucker. Tucker is going to have to suffice for third now. He's been passed by Ivor Spence. So Ivor Spence, good pass there early on as we go down into turn 4. Good pass there from Will Finch on Aaron Lee there. Going down now the straight to make it 7 laps to go. Nixon Cripps, your current leader. Then we go back to Ivor Spence. Then it's George Tucker, who's coming under serious threat from Magny Whittle. Magny Whittle trying to make a pass here on George Tucker. Nixon Cripps holding off the swarm of cars behind him at this stage. Can he hold it on? Can he hold them off for a little bit longer? Down is turn 1, 6 laps to go for Nixon Cripps. Clear to the lead is Cripps, and he's got Ivor Spence pretty decently, a good chunk gap behind him. But it is the battle for third that we're watching here. George Tucker and Magny Whittle, those two, dueling it out for the third spot. Got a couple of battles going on in the back, including Emma Gallagher, and I believe that's Oliver Dennison having a good scrap at the back there. Sorry, that's Josh Steele at the back there, having a good scrap there. Still as you were, maybe the gap's come down a little bit. Ivor Spence, fastest lap of the race for him, 33.866. Nixon Cripps is the best of the 33.998. Here comes Ivor Spence. Spence is caught up, and he is now rallying to get back into the lead here. And he passed him down the main straight. Can Nixon Cripps hold on to the lead here? He's got a hard charging Ivor Spence right behind him, who's two tenths faster than him at the moment. Ivor Spence, the fastest lap at 33.7. Nixon Cripps, his last lap was a 33.9. That's his best also, but he's 2 tenths slower than what Ivor Spence is able to do. 3.5 laps to go here for Nixon Cripps. Can he hold on to it? Down the straight one more time. Nixon Cripps currently holding on. How long can he hold on for? He's just put in his best start lap of the race. 33.740. Ivor Spence, a tenth slower hit than him that time by. The two leaders running at this very similar lap times. Spence had to look up the inside. Had to back out of that one. Wasn't going to pay him enough dividends to get him through on that overtake. Now he goes down the straight. He's got 2 more chances. 2 more laps around this track for Ivor Spence to make a pass on Nixon Cripps. Cripps is now starting to extend his advantage. He puts in another fastest lap of the race at 33.631. So Nixon Cripps is storming away now. He's felt the pressure, and he has gotten onto it. Through turn 4, Ivor Spence. He's not able to combat it. Down the straight once again. One more lap to go here for Nixon Cripps. Cripps is ahead of Spence at the moment by 0.5 of a second. He's pulled out a great gap over the last 2 laps. Can he hold on to it through these final couple of corners? Through turn 4. Holds that one nicely. Holds turn 5 nicely. Now into the final corner, into turn 6. And Nixon Cripps nails that. He's going to come down the straight, and he's going to take home the checker flag. Nixon Cripps will win the heat number 2 for the Vortex Mini Rock class, presented by Christian O'Malley, Mike Pero Real Estate. Great race there between Nixon Cripps and George Tucker, as well as Ivan Spence. Cripps and Spence were dueling it out for those last couple of laps at Tucker, and what a great royal scrap they had going on as well. Next up is going to be the Rotax Heavy class, and we'll be back with that in the next couple of minutes. All right, we've got our Rotax Heavy class now onto the track. So a reminder, Rotax White to the pit start grid, please. Rotax White to the pit start grid. Rotax White to the pit start grid, please. So we're going to get everyone lined up this lap for the Rotax Heavy Northern New Zealand heat race number 2. And we'll look forward to seeing how this one plays out. Thomas Emerson absolutely dominated the field in this race, the heat race number 1 earlier this morning. Simon Hunter had no answer for him, but Will Hunter has an answer for him now. We'll have to wait and see. Hunter goes to the outside. Emerson's going to be on his inside here. Here we go back. Kevin Barker. And it'll be, we're missing Shane Madsen, so he's not going to be out there. So getting ready to run another 8-lap heat race. Going down the straight. To get the green flag here. Green flag flies are underway. Good start there by Thomas Emerson. He's got Simon Hunter pretty much covered off. Looks like we've got one stopped already. I believe that is going to be Shane Madsen. Going down into turn 4. Thomas Emerson holds the lead over Simon Hunter. Then we go back to Kevin Barker. Then it's Paul Hughes, Darren French, and then Taylor Sivak. Then we go back to Ryan Gooding, Ian Carter, Neil Shearer, to round off the field. And Emerson stretching his advantage at the front. Down into turn 4. Everyone's separated by very little at this stage. So everyone's starting to file their way through, starting to spread themselves out. 6 laps to go here for Thomas Emerson. We go down into turn 2. Simon Hunter trying to chase him down, but he doesn't have an answer for him right now. Scraps going on here very shortly between Paul Hughes and Kevin Barker. Hughes is caught up right to the back of Kevin Barker here. So let's see, can Kevin Barker make a move to defend? Or Paul Hughes make an ultimate attack here on Kevin Barker? Let's find out these next couple of laps. 5 laps to go here for Thomas Emerson. Fastest lap is by Emerson at 31.476. And Barker is being hounded by Paul Hughes as Darren French is being hounded by the back of Ryan Gooding. So it could be under some real threat, some thrill passes here. So we'll see how this plays out. 4 to go. Emerson. And then Hunter. Then we go back to Barker. And Hughes. Darren French, he's pulled a bit of a gap over Ryan Gooding that last lap. Not the same can be said for Kevin Barker. He's still being hounded by Paul Hughes. Hughes is trying to find a way through. It's not really going to happen there at turn 5. Had a look for it, but wasn't going to happen there. Three laps to go here for Thomas Emerson. He has stretched this advantage to 1.4 seconds. The class of the field so far, going back all the way, Kevin Barker, he's pulled a bit of a gap here over Paul Hughes. Going down into turn number 2, the second to last time here for Thomas Emerson. Still setting very consistent lap times. He's only a 10th off his personal best that last lap time by. So really, as you were at this stage. Last lap board being shown. One more time around here for Thomas Emerson. Into turn 2 for the final time. Well and truly nailing the apex there, going through turn 3. Nailing that apex as well. He's putting on a blinder of a performance this weekend so far. Simon Hunter has nothing for him. They go down into the final corner. And Thomas Emerson will take home the chicken flag and heat number 2 for the Rotax Max Heavy class. And we go back to Simon Hunter. And then we'll be right back to Kevin Barker, who holds off Paul Hughes, so only just. And then we go back to Darren French and Ryan Gooding, Atiba Civic, and Ian Carter. Then we go back to Neil Shearer. Great race there from the Rotax Heavy class, brought to you by Norwood, New Zealand. Next up is Rotax Light for the final of our heat races, which will bring you the Feenwork Pavers heat race number 2 for the Rotax Lights. That will be the final heat race of today, and then we'll go into our pre-finals and then our finals after that one. So we'll have some more action for you very shortly. Alright, we've got our Rotax light class now on track, and this is their final heat race, and then we'll get the cadet rock class on for their first and only pre-final event. So can the cadet rock class please make their way to the pit grids? Now we're looking for another good race here. From the Rotax light class, we saw 4 cars that were so close together in terms of pace. It was very hard to determine who would win that race. Caleb Cross, Chris Cox, Miles Finlay and Max Templeton. Keep your eyes on the SI cart, the 12 car, the 6 cart and the 92 cart. Those are the 4 that are so close on pace. It's hard to tell who's going to be in the claiming the checkered flag at the end of this one. So we'll be excited to see how this plays out. Caleb Cross won the last one, but only just. He was being hounded by the 3 cars behind him. Chris Cox dropped 2 places at the start, but he was still relatively on pace with Finlay and Templeton. Coming down into the final corner to get things started for the final heat race of the day before we go on to our pre-final events and then our final. And it's going to be a good start there for Caleb Cross. He comes up to block the run from Chris Cox. Oh, Cox gets tagged a little bit, and we got one around at the back. Oh, we got a couple around, 3 cars off. And it looks like they're all able to keep it going, at least one is. And we keep running for now. Templeton coming under pressure from Ollie Workman. Another one's able to get going. So that's always good to see. We've got 1 car off though at turn 2. So Jeff Lee involved in that. So battle at the front. Here comes Chris Cox. He's hounding the back of Caleb Cross. Miles Finlay sitting there as well. Templeton got a pretty big gap to catch up at the moment. Big send there from Mandela Park up the inside of Kobe Weir. It's a good send there from Mandela Park. Good pass. So really a 3-way race for the lead as Templeton has dropped off this pack. He's now being put under pressure by Ollie Workman. Going into turn 3, Caleb Cross holds the lead for now. He's got Chris Cox right all over him, as does Miles Finlay. These two, Chris Cox and Miles Finlay, those two are going to be going at it. But if Cox and Finlay get to battling, then we could see a very obvious end-up charge for Caleb Cross. So they really need to work together here. They want to pass Caleb Cross. Need to not race each other too hard, as I say that. Finlay goes in the back bumper of Chris Cox there. Fastest lap of the race so far, Max Templeton at 31.216. So Templeton's got some good pace, but he has to catch up this gap that he's lost at the moment. Lots of 3 car scraps in the field here. Good send there by Jacob Early on the inside of Mandela Park. Those two have been scrapping for a while. Early got that move done. It was a nice pass. Oh, look at that. Caleb Cross has already pulled out a bit of a gap here. Chris Cox and Miles Finlay are dropping a little bit further back. Matt Templeton's now starting to join this race. He is bringing Ollie Workman with him. Cross now the fastest lap of this race at 31.120. So Caleb Cross putting in some good laps here. Max Templeton though on his pace as well. 31.120 Cross and a 31.139 Templeton. 3 laps to go here for Caleb Cross. He's not currently holding off the likes of Chris Cox and Miles Finlay, but he's not pulling much of a gap. So any mistakes here from Caleb Cross could end up in him losing this lead. Needs to keep it picture perfect from now on. Oh, contact there between Connor Peel and Mandela Park. Connor Peel and Mandela Park just getting it all wrong at turn number 4, making a little bit of contact. And oh dear, this could be problems for Caleb Curry. He's going to come out into some lap traffic here if If he can make it in time, Chef Lee may be in the way. Caleb Curry here, Caleb Crossy, I should say. So keep your eye on that. See how that plays out. Going to have 2 laps to go here. Now it's going to be last lap. One more time around for Caleb Cross. Scraps going on between Logan Backhouse and Jerome Cooksley. Those two have been wheel to wheel at it for the last 2 laps. Going down into their final turn. And they're still scrapping away at it. Nonetheless, Caleb Cross has put on another show for everyone here at Kartsport Canterbury. What a great performance from Caleb Cross. Into the final corner he goes. He's going to hold it off. And he's going to, once again, take home the checkered flag. Caleb Cross goes back to back. And he will win the Heat 2 for the Rotax Lights. So, great race there from Caleb Cross. He finishes ahead of Chris Cox. Then you go back to Miles Finlay, Max Templeton, and then we go back to Ollie Workman, Riley Gregg, Jacob Early, Archie Damper Crossley, Kobe Weir, and we've just had the timing screen skip to the next race. So that will be a good one to watch for later this afternoon. Next up is going to be the Cadet Rock pre-final, a 12-lapper, and this one's going to be a pretty good one. Keep your eye on that, and we'll be back with that very shortly. All right, folks, just a bit of an update. We're doing the pre-finals as 8 laps instead of 12, just so I can make sure we get all finals in at the correct amount of laps. All right, pre-final time for the Cadet Rock class, brought to you by WKS Kartsport. And reminder, these are going to be 8 laps instead of 12. So can we please get the Briggs class to the grids? Briggs class to the grid for your pre-final. You are up next. We're in for a real treat here, folks. Max Gosling, Freddie Waller, and Taylor Costello. Who's it gonna be that makes it to the top of the front end here? Will Gosling will he be able to get back by Costello, or Costello will he hold on again? Or will it be a surprise and Freddie Waller, will he be able to bump and run his way up to the top of the field? Going to get them all lined up this time by. Bit of a spread here between the drivers, but they should line up soonish. And it looks like it's going to be Gosling alongside Waller. And then we go back to Teddy Patterson. And then it will be Taylor Costello. Then Jet Randall, Iris Lee, and then we round off our field with Hamish McGrath. So an 8-lap dash to do for the pre-final here for the Cadet Rock class, brought to you by WKS Kart Store. Coming down the straight to start us off. And green flag flies are underway. Good start there from Freddie Waller. He goes right around the outside of Max Gosling, and he takes the lead down into turn 1. Now through turn 2, he's got a bit of a gap. Here comes, Taylor Costello also makes his way up a couple of spots. He's up to second. So he's past Max Gosling, so Gosling goes from first down to third within the space of a couple of corners. So not the start that Max Gosling would have wanted as we go down into the final corner and onto the main straight once again. And it's going to be Freddie Waller pulling a bit of a surprise here. And he's got the lead. He's got a pretty good gap out front. 7/10 of a second between Waller and Costello. Can Costello claw that back? Can Max Gosling claw his positions back? Will Teddy Patterson have something to say about it? So many questions. We're going to have them answered in 7 laps' time. Waller makes it safely through. Here comes Costello. He's trying a bit of a different line through turn number 4 and into 5. So Costello's trying different lines to make this work through turn 4 and 5. So good driving the techniques there from Taylor Costello. We'll see what times everyone's doing this time by. Waller's fastest at 35.9. The fastest lap of the race is by Costello at 35.6. So Taylor Costello in fine form at the moment. But whether he can pass Waller is another thing. Because Waller has had his elbows out all day long. Good defensive moves there by Freddie Waller. He's really trying to hold off Taylor Costello as we go down the straight to make it 5 laps to go for Freddie Waller. He's going to want to make that kart as wide as he possibly can. Costello, 35.5. Waller, 35.7. So 0.2 of a second in terms of fastest lap times between Costello and Waller. The gap went from 7/10 to now 2/10. And I'd say it's still even shortened to 1/10 at this stage. So Freddie Waller continuing to hold on to the lead at the moment. Taylor Costello sitting into second. And we go back to Max Gosling. 3 laps to go here for Freddie Waller. Let's see if he can hold on to the lead. The gap is now 0.3 of a second between the two of them. Gosling may come under a bit of pressure here from Teddy Patterson. We'll see how that plays out between those two. Now down into turn 4. Waller is absolutely defending for his life here. Costello is trying to make something happen. He's trying to pass him, but Waller is defending like a veteran here. Some great defense being put up by Freddie Waller. With 2 laps to go here in this pre-final for the Cadet Rock class. Coming down into turn 2. Waller holds to the lead. 1/10 of a second between the two. What a send right on the inside by Taylor Costello through turn 2. He gets the pass done. Can Freddie Waller come back at him? They go down into turn 4. Costello has the advantage and he's got it. So Taylor Costello takes the lead and he is holding on to it now for as much as he can. Max Gosling coming under a bit of pressure from Teddy Patterson. Let's see how Teddy Patterson goes. He's trying to sneak it up the inside on Max Gosling. Can he make it stick? They're still going wheel to wheel through turn 1. Little bit of contact made, and Gosling sneaks out the other side ahead. Going through turn 2. Final lap. Costello holding on, but Freddie Waller's right there with him. Can he make anything happen? Gosling holding on. Patterson's right there with him as well. Now going down into turn 6 for the final time. And it's going to be Taylor Costello who comes through and takes the checkered flag to win the pre-final for the Cadet Rock class. And we go back to Freddie Waller. That'll be Max Gosling, Teddy Patterson, Irish Lee, Hamish McGrath, and we finish off our field with Jet Randall. What a great performance there from Taylor Costello, Freddie Waller, Max Gosling, and Teddy Patterson. Those 4 put up a stonking battle. And big thanks to WKS Kartsport as well for sponsoring this class. We'll be going on to the Briggs class next up, and that one's going to be a great race. We'll wait to see how that pans out very soon. All right, it is our Briggs pre-final brought to you by Moa Brewing. Another 8-lap pre-final race for you, and we've got a big grid here for this one. We'll have about 17 cars in this field, so it's going to be a pretty good one. Reminder, next up is going to be the Rotax Junior Class. So can the Rotax Junior carts please make their way to the pit grids for your pre-final event? You are next up. All right, we'll get them lined up this time by and get this all sorted for another cracking race here. Looking forward to seeing how this pans out between Ryan Jeffries, Jonty Phillips, Louise Gridley, William Russell, and Chris Cox as well. Was a monster scrap this last race, and both heats was fantastic racing, so I'm sure it will be once again. So everyone just lining themselves up at this point, getting ready to go racing. Down into the final corner. And onto the straight. And lights are out, we're underway. Good start there by Chris Cox. He's clear of Ryan Jeffries, and oh my goodness, that was almost 3 wide there as they went into turn number 1. Jeffries and, yeah, it looks like Jeffries has fallen back a couple of spots. Now we've got William Russell up into second. Jeffries has gone all the way down to 4th. And we've got cars cut off. There's one off there. That is going to be, we don't even have it on our entry list. So a little bit of incident there going through turn 4, being pushed wide. That was Danny Aitken. And here comes William Russell, having a look to the outside into turn number 2. Going to try to switch back on Chris Cox into 3. Has to back out of that one. Here comes Ryan Jeffries and Jonty Phillips as well. Phillips right in with him. Jeffries is not too far behind either. He's a bit of a deficit to overcome, but he will be right there with him towards the end of this race. Down into turn 1. Chris Cox holding on to the lead at the moment. Fastest lap is by Chris Cox at 36.311. He's got 6 laps to hold on to this, but he's got 2 very angry and very hasty drivers behind him. William Russell and Jonty Phillips want to get past him as soon as possible. They know that they are being held up a little bit here by Chris Cox. Down the straight once again. 5 laps to go here for Chris Cox. He's pulled out a bit of a gap here now as Chris Cox. Russell has dropped back into the path of Jonty Phillips to see if Phillips can make a move here on William Russell. Down into 4. And into 5. Good pass there down the inside. Chris Harris on Danny Aitken. Made that move stick. Four laps to go here for Chris Cox. 35.651, the fastest lap by Chris Cox. Look at this. Ryan Jeffries right in the mix here. Battling it out with Jonty Phillips and William Russell. Chris Cox starting to pull away. See what Ryan Jeffries can do here now that he's in the mix. He's got to get by Jonty Phillips and William Russell. And Chris Cox goes even faster like last time, a 35.628 for Chris Cox. He is going fast and he is pushing the limits here. 1.1 seconds as there's a bit of a battle going on behind. Here comes Ryan Jeffries. Had a look to the outside on William Ruffle, who's dropped back to third. It's his third now. Jonty Phillips has moved up to second, and man, Ryan Jeffries had the door shut on him there by William Ruffle. As we go down onto the main straight once again. Chris Cox, with 2 laps to go here for him. He's leading with a substantial margin, 1.6 seconds. We go back then. Jonty Phillips, battle going on behind him. And it looks like William Ruffle has dropped back behind Ryan Jeffries. So Ruffle held on for second for so long. And he's now dropped all the way down to fourth. Good pass there from Toby Elby. Just moved down the inside. Gained a spot there. Oh, a little bit of damage to the kart 5. Chris Harris has got a bit of damage to his front end. Last lap is out for Chris Cox. He's got the fastest lap of this race, and he is steaming away with the lead, 1.7 seconds at the moment. Go back to Jonty Phillips. Then we go back to Ryan Jeffries and then William Ruffle. Then it'll be Ian Smith. Then we go back to Glenn Mears. And to the line checker flag is out. Chris Cox will take home the Briggs pre-final, and he'll come home ahead of Jonty Phillips, William Ruffle, and Ryan Jeffries ahead of Ruffle there. Cox was the fastest lap of that race on that last lap, 35.586. So Cox, Phillips, Jeffries, Ruffle. Then we go back to Ian Smith, Glenn Mears, and it's just flicked off our screen again. The joys of timing, and we'll have our Rotax Junior up next for their pre-final. Another 8 laps for them, and we will be back with that very shortly. All right, we've got our Rotax Junior pre-final brought to you by Degree 43 Hot Tubs. And next up is the Open class. So can the Open class competitors please make their way to the pit grids for your pre-final? You are next up. Well, we're looking at a very competitive race here. Zach Tucker, Levi McMillan, Robbie Batt, Henry Fisher, Louis Smith, Ben Gormack, and a couple of others. Some of the names we picked out in those first two heats that were just duking it out repeatedly, lap after lap, with the guys around them. Really, that top six group have always been dueling it out, so this will be interesting to see how this plays out. So we get them all formed up this time by. So we're going to have Zach Tucker, Levi McMillan at front row. Then we go back to Henry Fisher. And Robbie Batt for that second row. Ben Gormack, Fletcher Lowe, the third row. Kevin McLeod, Angus Wilton, the fourth row. Charlie Steele and Louis Smith, the fifth row. About to get racing here for an 8-lap pre-final for the Rotax Juniors. Lights are out, and we're underway. Good start there from Zach Tucker, Levi McMillan trying to send it up the inside. He goes switches to the outside. Through turn number 2, has to back out. Here he goes, trying to do a switcheroo into turn number 3. What a send from Levi McMillan. He sends it up and he gets the pass done. Here comes Zach Tucker. He had to look back at the inside. Wasn't going to work for him. And that's going to be Cooper McLeod. Had a big send up the inside of Fletcher Lowe as well. So Levi McMillan had a send, made it work. Zach Tucker tried the same, didn't quite make it work. And now Tucker's going to come under some threat from the cars behind him. Henry Fisher, Ben Gormack. Those two are right on the rear end of Zach Tucker at this stage. Levi McMillan starting to pull a gap. And a big send there from Josh Hill on Layla Nicholson. Hill trying to make the inside work. Not 100% sure if he got the pass there or not. We'll have to wait and see. Going down into turn number 4 once again. McMillan holds a pretty steady advantage. Then we go back to Zach Tucker. Then we go back to Henry Fisher. And then it would be Ben Gormack. Oh, someone's off. That's going to be Fletcher Lowe. Just gone way wide at the exit of turn number 6. So, a bit of a mistake there from Fletcher Lowe. A big send up the inside from, where is Fletcher Lowe, up the inside of Layla Nicholson. Well, that is Ryan Gallagher, I should say. So Ryan Gallagher up the inside of Layla Nicholson. So good clean pass there from Ryan Gallagher. Now we go down into turn number 1 once again. 4 laps to go here for Levi McMillan. Got the fastest lap of this race to 31.346. And he's got a pretty substantial margin. 7/10 of a second over Zach Tucker. Tucker holding on over Fisher, Gormack, Bass, Wilson. That mistake cost Fletcher Lowe a lot of places. He is now down all the way towards the rear of the field. He is now down in 13th to be exact. So that mistake really cost Fletcher Lowe. He was one of the guys that we were talking about in the top 5-6 category at the last heat race, and he's now down in 13th. So as you were at the moment, Levi McMillan 2 laps to go here for McMillan. Zach Tucker sitting there in second. He's got a decent gap behind him, so doesn't look like either of these front two are going to be overtaken by anyone here at this stage. Henry Fisher in the third spot. Then we go back to Ben Gormack, putting the pressure on him at the moment. There's the forecast crap. Then we go back. Cooper McLeod battling out with Ryan Gallagher. And a couple of other cars in there as well. He's battling it out with Angus Wilson, Ryan Gallagher, and Layla Nicholson. Those 4 are battling it out and battling it out hard for that 6th spot. McMillan, final time through 3, final time through 4. Keeping it nice and clean, nice and steady. Zach Tucker makes it through. Can Ryan Gallagher make a pass here? Not quite. Now down onto the straight, checkered flag's going to wave. Levi McMillan takes home the Rotax Max Junior pre-final. He takes it home with a fastest lap as well, 31.039. And Zach Tucker comes home second. Henry Fisher in third. Then we go back to Ben Gormack, Robbie Batch, Cooper McLeod, Ryan Gallagher, Angus Wilton, Layla Nicholson, and Louis Smith in the top 10. Great race there from the Rotax Juniors. Next up is our open class, and that will be another 8-lap pre-final. All right, we've got our open class onto the track now. So a reminder, Vortex Mini Rock, you are next up. So you are next up. Please make your way to the pit grids. So Vortex Mini Rock to the pit grid, please. You are next up for your pre-final. So we've got our open class here. And it's going to be Jacob Douglas who's going to look to try and win another race here. Miles Finlay is going to try and capitalise and make some passes here. Matt Hamilton won't be too far away either. Kyle Lowe, Hamish Carpenter and Scott Waller. Those 3 will be very, very close together. So we'll get them lined up, ready to rumble for 8 laps. So Jacob Douglas is going to come up to the blue line now. That means we have to get everyone fired up really quickly. Miles Finlay gets alongside. Matt Hamilton going to go to the inside behind Douglas here. Then it will be Kyle Lowe alongside Hamish Carpenter, and here we go Scott Waller and Bo Lee rounding off our field. Going down into turn 6 for the final time before we get underway for this pre-final for the open class. And lights are out and we're underway. Good start there by Jacob Douglas. He's clear to the lead. Look at this. Here comes Miles Finlay. Looks like Matt Hamilton had a better start than Finlay. Hamilton, Finlay are trying to battle it out here. Hamilton round the outside through turn 3. Contact made. Down the inside. Here goes Hamilton into turn number 4. And he gets the last done. Finlay straight back down the inside. Contact, more contact. Hamilton forced off. Wow, what a scrap there between Miles Finlay and Matt Hamilton. Hamilton will not be happy with that. Finlay had the worst of the starts, and Hamilton made the opportunistic pass. Finlay didn't really consider turn 5 much at all and sent it down the inside, pushed Hamilton wide. And now he's all the way down in 5th place. So Jacob Douglas currently leading. Then we go back to Miles Finlay. And then we go back to Scott Waller and then Hamish Carpenter and then Matt Hamilton. And then we go back to Kyle Rowe, Bo Lee. Hamilton now looking at Hamish Carpenter. Now this is going to be interesting. Hamish Carpenter and Matt Hamilton, two former Formula Ford racers. How are they going to race each other? Hamilton down the inside. Smash man, easy as you like. Great pass there by Matt Hamilton. Opportunistic, used his eyes there, found a gap and made it stick. So great pass there from Matt Hamilton. Jacob Douglas, he's going to start about a second lead over Miles Finlay. Miles Finlay faster than him that time by though, 29.625. So Finlay starting to catch up. And here is Matt Hamilton on the back of Scott Waller. Down the inside through turn 5, Hamilton gets the place. Good pass there from Matt Hamilton. So Matt Hamilton putting in some good overtakes. And now it's Scott Waller being hounded by Hamish Carpenter. Finlay and Douglas, they're in another lead compared to the rest of them. Finlay also again setting the fastest lap, 29.440. Douglas holding on to the lead at the moment. Hamilton, then we go back to Waller, then we go back to Carpenter, and it's going to be Kyle Lowe, then Bo Lee. Down onto the straight. Douglas holding on to the advantage at this stage with 3 laps to go. Miles Finlay, 8/10 of a second back from Douglas. Then we go back to Hamilton. Oh, shit. So we got 2 laps to go here for Jacob Douglas. So Douglas now going on to the last lap here. One more time around for Jacob Douglas. He's got a 2.5 second lead over Miles Finlay, so he has absolutely blitzed it these last couple of laps, or Miles Finlay has made a mistake somewhere. But Douglas now into turn 4 for the final time. Final corner for Jacob Douglas. Now down onto the straight. And he's going to get the checkered flag here. Jacob Douglas takes home the pre-final for the open class. We go back to Miles Finlay, Matt Hamilton, Scott Waller, Hamish Carpenter, Kyle Lowe, and we go back to Bo Lee to round off our field. Great race there from the open class. And next up is going to be the Vortex and Mini Rock. We'll be back with that very shortly. All right, we've got our Vortex Mini ROK out onto the track. And that's brought to you by Christian O'Malley, Mike Pero Real Estate. And we're going to get them all fired up this time. Nixon Cripps and Ivor Spence on that front row. Then it'll be George Tucker, Magni Whittle, those four. Keep your eye on them. Then it'll be Aaron Lee, Max Shaw, Will Finch, Oliver Dennison, Jed O'Malley, Fraser Hodges, Jossie Weir, Emma Gallagher, Josh Steele, Teo Camilo Nunez, then Teo Toynbee. Rounding off our field. So another 8-lap dash to the finish. Who's going to get this one done? Going down to the straight. And lights are off and we're underway. Good start there by Nixon Cripps. He's got the lead and he's clear of George Tucker going down as turn 1. Ivor Spence makes the inside pass. Now they're going to have a bit of a battle going down as turn 3. Ivor Spence has it cleared. So Nixon Cripps got a good gap already. Ivor Spence into second. Then we go back to George Tucker. And then we go back to Aaron Lee, who's made up a couple of places on the start. We go right off into the barrier. That is going to be Fraser Hodges. So Fraser Hodges into the barrier at the exit of turn number 4. And just before you enter turn 5. So they're going to drag that car back onto the track if they can. And Hodges he gets back going. Good stuff there from the infield. So Nixon Cripps currently the leader. Then we go back to Ivor Spence. And then George Tucker. And it'll be Aaron Lee. So we go back to Magni Whittle, who dropped a couple of places off the start already. Cripps holds a pretty good advantage already extended that to a second over Ivor Spence. Then we go back to George Tucker. Then it's Aaron Lee. And then Magni Whittle. And here comes George Tucker back at Ivor Spence. So Fraser Hodges currently being put a lap down by the field. And we're going to have 5 laps to go here for Nixon Cripps. Fastest lap of the race set by Cripps at 33.964. So Cripps putting some good laps in here. Then we go back to Ivor Spence. And then it's George Tucker. And George Tucker had a look to the inside on Spence, got blocked off. The door shut very firmly by Ivor Spence. George Tucker now going to have to find an alternate way around Ivor Spence here in these coming laps. So let's see how this plays out, going down into turn number 2. Wait on the brakes. Nixon Cripps get through it nicely and cleanly. Then we go back to Ivor Spence. Here comes George Tucker once again into turn number 3. And Tucker, is he going to try and launch one up the inside? No. He's going to hold station for now. We then go back. Good pass there from the 15 of Oliver Dennison. Dennison getting past Jed O'Malley, so good pass there from Dennison. 3 laps to go here for Nixon Cripps. 33.936 his fastest time. The car behind, which is Ivor Spence at 34.172. Spence pulled out a bit of a gap there over George Tucker. So Nixon Cripps holding on to the lead. Here comes George Tucker again though. Tucker has a look to the inside, has to back out of that, thinks better of it. Down into the final corner. 2 laps to go here for Nixon Cripps. He's gone even faster that last time, at 33.902. So Cripps is putting in the real paces here. He's got 2.2 seconds over Ivor Spence in second. George Tucker trying to make a move here on Ivor Spence. He needs to find a way through. And Spence is holding on at the moment. But Tucker is right up his rear end now. He's going to have to try and make a pass on this last lap. One more time around here for Nixon Cripps, and Magni Whittle with the fastest lap of this race at 33.891. So good lap there from Magni Whittle. Going down to turn 3 for the final time. Nixon Cripps navigates it safely, as does Spencer Tucker. Tucker needs something else to try and make his way by. And checker flag's going to fly here. Nixon Cripps is going to take out the pre-final for the Vortex Mini Rock class. So great race there from Nixon Cripps. Then we go back to Ivor Spence and George Tucker. Those two battled it all the way to the very end. And we go back to Magni Whittle in fourth, then Aaron Lee, Will Finch, Max Jar, then Jed O'Malley, Oliver Dennison, and rounding off the top 10, Jossie Ware. So great race there from the Vortex Mini Rock class. And then we go back to the Rotex Heavy class there up next. So looking forward to seeing how that plans out for the Rotex Heavy class. And we'll be back with that very shortly for their pre-final. right, next up is our Rotax Heavy class for their pre-final. And then we go, after that, it'll be the Rotax Light for their pre-final. So Rotax Light to the grid area, please. Rotax Light to the grid area. So it's going to get them all sorted, and it looks like we're in prime position here for a Thomas Emerson domination once again. Put on a fantastic performance in the past 2 heat races. Now he's looking to get the one that counts, the pre-final. Thomas Emerson, can he do it for 3 in a row here? 3 wins in a row possible here for Thomas Emerson, but will Simon Hunter or Kevin Barker have something to say about it? How this will play out over the next 8 laps. So they're going to grid up here, going into turn 4. Here we go through the final corner and onto the straight to start off the pre-final for the Rotax Heavy class. And lights are out, we're underway. Good start there by Thomas Emerson, and he's clear of Simon Hunter in second. Then we go back to Kevin Barker, and then it'll be Darren French trying to hold off Ryan Gooding and Paul Hughes. Shane Madsen back out there again, good to see that. Obviously had a bit of an incident in the heat 1 and then got issues in the second heat, so couldn't compete. So now he is back and he's ready to attack. Let's see what Shane Madsen can do in car 64. Right now, Thomas Emerson storming away out the front. Simon Hunter holding on to second at this stage. Simon Hunter, of course, the Formula Ford racer himself. A lot of Formula Ford racers coming in from karting and vice versa, doing a bit of both karting and Formula Ford. It's what a lot of the older guys tend to do, and it's always good fun to see them out in both classes. But we know a lot of these karting guys move up to Formula Ford in these next couple of years once they've started to put some good performances in. So let's see what these younger guys can do. They watch Thomas Emerson and Simon Hunter go through. Then we go back to Kevin Barker. Darren French holding on to 4th at this stage. Paul Hughes made up a place over Ryan Gooding. And Shane Madsen's up to 7th at this stage as well. 5 laps to go here for Thomas Emerson. He's got the fastest lap of this race at this stage. It's 31.781. Then Simon Hunter has a 31.811, and Kevin Barker, ironically, has a 31.911. So the top 3 relatively spread out equally on times. So Thomas Emerson storming away out front. He's got a 7/10 of a second lead over Simon Hunter. 31.694 for Emerson, his fastest time. Hunter goes faster, 31.711. Barker goes faster, 31.848. So the top 3 very much relatively spread out. So it's Thomas Emerson from Simon Hunter. Then we go back Kevin Barker. And Shane Madsen has moved his way up to 4th from 7th. So what a great performance from Shane Madsen. He is really putting some inroads in. We've got one coming in. That is Thomas. No, it's not Thomas. I was going to say. It's not Thomas Emerson. Thank gosh for that. It is. I am not 100% sure as to who that is. I think it is Ian Carter that has just pulled in. So Ian Carter into the pits. And Thomas Emerson's going to come up along some lap traffic here with Peter Richardson. And he navigates that pretty nicely, as does Simon Hunter. was very close to there for Kevin Barker, almost slammed right into the back of Peter Richardson. That could have been nasty, but Barker very wise in those skills there and avoided him quite well. Last lap here for Thomas Emerson. Simon Hunter in second, then we go back to Kevin Barker. Emerson holding that gap as well. We saw that earlier, one of the other classes. He's holding a 17th of a second gap. Hunter's not really catching him. He's caught up a little bit, but not by much. And Shane Matson navigates around Peter Richardson. And across the line, checker flag's going to wave. Thomas Emerson takes home the Rotax Heavy pre-final, brought to you by Norwood, New Zealand. Then we go back to Simon Hunter, who has the fastest lap of this race, 31.655. Then we go back to Kevin Barker in third. Then Shane Madsen, what a recovery, in fourth. Then we go back to Attila Civic in fifth. Neil Shearer in sixth. Darren French in seventh. Peter Richardson in eighth. And we lost Ryan Gooding, Paul Hughes, Ian Carter, and Jared Cleghorn. Next up is Rotax Ride for the final of the pre-finals here at the beautiful Cuts Road track. So we'll be back next for the Rotax Ride pre-final. All right, just a bit of a delay while we wait for the officials to get Ryan Gooding back into the pit. So that looks like it's all been completed, and we'll get the Rotax Light pre-final on the track very shortly. All right, the final pre-final event of the day, and that is going to be the Rotax Light pre-final, brought to you by Framework Pavers. So we'll get them all gridded up, but we're looking for another four-way battle between Caleb Cross, Miles Finlay, Chris Cox, and Mac Templeton. That's going to be a very intense battle, I can tell you that much. We'll see how that plays out very shortly. All right, we'll get these guys lined up this time and get racing for the pre-final to determine how this final is going to look. Caleb Cross on the inside, Miles Finlay on the outside. Then we go back to Chris Cox, Mac Templeton. And then we go back to Ryder Gregg and Jacob Early, Archie Dampier Crossley, Connor Peel, Mandela Pluck, Louis Bell, the top 10. Let's see how this race is going to play out. So another 8 laps. And we're going to get ready to race this time by. And lights are out, we're underway. Good start there from both the front guys. They're very even. It's checked up the whole field. They had to check up. They're going 3 wide now into turn number 2. And Mac Templeton, what a storming drive. He's moved from 4th to 2nd now, and that's pushed Caleb Cross all the way back to 4th. So a huge change in this race. We've got Miles Finlay now into the lead. Then it's Mac Templeton. Then we go back to Chris Cox. And then it's going to be Caleb Cross. So Cross went from 1st to 4th. Templeton from 4th to 2nd. Cox from 3rd to 3rd. And Miles Finlay from 2nd to 1st. Great start to this race. So much action happening between these front 4. We know it's going to happen. And it's going to eventually come to a very big battle here. So Matt Templeton now trying to chase down Miles Finlay. Coming up to 6 laps to go. Finlay with the fastest time so far, 31.7. Templeton behind is currently doing a 31.8. So a 10th off. Cross is doing a 31.8. Cox a 32.2. So Caleb Cross has made his way up into third place. Coming up to 5 laps to go. Miles Finlay trying to hold on to this pre-final win here. Max Templeton trying to steal one away from him. Down into turn 4. Wait on the brakes. Go back to Caleb Cross in third. Then we go to Chris Cox in fourth. Riley Reed, Jacob Early in fifth and sixth. So it's going to be Miles Finlay holding on to the lead for now. He's still got the fastest lap of this race, 31.136. Max Templeton at 31.239. So they really aren't far off. Caleb Cross is very quick as well, 31.147. So Cross is going to be in this battle before you know it. So Caleb Cross is going to be in this battle very, very quickly, and that means it's going to be a three-way fight for this win with just 3 laps to go. Three-way fight for the win brewing with 3 laps to go here in this pre-final for the Rotax Light Class, brought to you by Stainwood Pavers. Down into turn 3. Templeton trying to find a line that he can work to get past Finlay here. Cross, 31.055, new fastest lap for Caleb Cross. Matt Templeton going faster as well. 31.156 for Matt Templeton. So Templeton now starting to get some speed in there. Cross as well, putting in some real good pace in now. Let's see what Finlay can do, and can he respond to the pace set by the cars behind him? And he can. 31.100 for Finlay, 31.207 for Templeton, and 31.073 for Cross. Cross is absolutely sending it. Caleb Cross is absolutely sending this right now. He is trying to catch up to these guys with just 1 lap to go. Can Caleb Cross pull off the pass of the century? Can he catch up within 1 lap and pass both Templeton and Finlay? Hard to say. He's got incredible pace at the moment at 30.923, his fastest time at this stage. Can Templeton pull off the last lap pass? He had a look through turn 4. Is he going to try one through turn 5? No, he has to survive the second. Out of turn 6 for the final time. It's going to be Miles Finlay who takes the checkered flag, and he'll win the Rotax Light pre-final. So Miles Finlay takes that one home ahead of Matt Templeton and Caleb Cross. Then we go back to Chris Cox. What a race from those front 3. Cross closing them down every second of the lap. Templeton trying to find a way by, and Finlay just driving as calm as ever. Great racing there from the Rotax Light Class. And we'll start off our first final next up with the Cadet Class, the Cadet Rock Class, their final. So they are up next. So another quick turnaround there. Cadet Rock Class on track for their final with 18 laps here. The distance, Casey Costello, Freddie Waller, that front row. Then we go back to Max Gosling and Teddy Patterson. Then Iris Lee, Hamish McGrath, and we ran off with Jet Randall. Everything to play for, but with a very, very even playing field. It's going to be hard to tell who's going to come out on this one on top. The favourite, it would have to be Taylor Costello, but Freddie Waller has been driving brilliantly. Max Gosling has been driving brilliantly. Teddy Patterson moved up so many places in the past couple of heats. So it's anyone's game for this race win for the Cadet Rock final. They've got it over 18 laps, so they've got to survive the pressure for 18 laps. It's a tough task for some of the young ones. We're going to get them lined up this time. We're going to get racing very soon. It'll be Taylor Costello. He'll be on the inside with Freddie Waller on the outside. Then it'll be Teddy Patterson on the inside with Max Gosling on the outside. Then we go with Hamish McGrath on the inside. Well, they were doing a bit of a three-wide there. What's happened there? Max Gosling's been shuffled out completely, so may need to hold him on for a bit because Max Gosling has not been slotted into his group slot unless he is slotted at the back. We'll have to wait and see how the officials play this one out. And we're going to go down through the final corner. We'll see if they let them go. And looks like they are going to let them go. Lights are out, we're underway, 18 laps ahead of Taylor Costello takes the lead over Freddie Waller, so he's holding on to what he had at the start. Waller now going to make some gains to try and pass him back. Waller did the absolute hounding of the defence in the pre-final, but Costello managed to send it and get past anyway. Can Waller get back by and try and defend for his life? Or are we looking at another Taylor Costello masterclass? So one lap down, 17 to go here. Costello from Waller. Then we go back to Jet Randall, who's moved up to those places just because of that mixed grid. Then we go Iris Lee, Max Gosling, Hamish McGrath, and then Teddy Patterson dropped all the way back down to 7th. Going through turn 4. Costello has a healthy advantage. Then we go back to Freddie Waller. Then Jet Randall, Iris Lee, Max Gosling, Hamish McGrath, and Teddy Patterson at this stage. So Waller is being dropped a little bit by Costello at this stage. Costello putting in a 0.7 of a second margin between him and Freddie Waller. Fastest lap of this race, Taylor Costello, 36.0. And a bit of a scrap going on for one of the minor money spots. That is going to be Hamish McGrath and Iris Lee battling it out there. So Costello, Waller, and then we go back to Gosling. So Gosling's made his way back up to 3rd, which I believe is where he should have started. So Costello running a pretty healthy race at this stage, 15 laps to go for him. Freddie Waller, he's dropping quite a distance now to Taylor Costello. Then we go back to Max Gosling, and then back to Jet Randall. Really, it's a bit of a four-car battle here between Jet Randall, Hamish McGrath, Iris Lee, and Teddy Patterson. So let's see how these guys race each other for the next 14 laps. It's a long way for them. Taylor Costello extends the advantage out the front. He's a second clear of Freddie Waller. Max Gosling sets the new fastest lap of this race, 35.784. Jet Randall currently holding on to the 4th spot, but he's being hounded by Hamish McGrath. Iris Lee not too far back either, and Teddy Patterson. He is going to be wanting to make up some moves as quickly as he can. He showed good speed in the first 2 heats and the pre-final, so he'll be looking to make up some places. 35.745, new fastest lap for Max Gosling. He is really pushing it. Costello 35.866 and Freddie Waller 35.915. So Gosling faster than Costello by 10th and by Waller by 0.2. And around the outside goes Teddy Patterson. He had a look around the outside of Iris Lee through turn 4, tried an aggressive move, but that wasn't quite going to work for him. So Taylor Costello puts in a new fastest lap of this race, to 35.569. So Costello really putting in some good times here now. Max Gosling trying to catch up to Freddie Waller. And at last time there for Costello at 35.7, Gosling at 35.7, and Waller at 35.9. So Gosling really starting to put the hammer down. Hamish McGrath has got past Jet Randall, and he's starting to pull away now from that group. Teddy Patterson still stuck behind Irish Lee and Jet Randall there as well. So it's 8 to plenty, 18, 78, and 48. Those three are running very close together, and seems a bit challenging there for them to sort themselves out. They're consistently bumper to bumper there. So let's see how that pans out, because that's going to be an interesting battle. As you can just see, there's a bit of a scrap going on. It looks like maybe Irish Lee goes around the outside of Jet Randall, and Randall came back at him. Teddy Patterson trying to find a way through. Just not going to work for him there. Yeah, Patterson really trying a aggressive line on the outside to get a better run out of the corner, just not quite working for him. 9 laps to go here for Taylor Costello. He's got a 1.9 second gap over Freddie Waller. Then we go back to Gosling, who's 3 seconds back from Costello himself. So a bit hard for Gosling to get him with the 9 laps, I think. Oh, it looks like maybe a bit of a problem there for Hamish McGrath. Something flapping around in that car. Looked like to me one of the transponders or timing, something like that. Something electronic. It's only attached to the car via its cord, so that's that could be a problem there for Hamish McGrath. We'll wait and see how that develops. Eight laps to go here for Taylor Costello. Yeah, you can just see it flapping around. Maybe a GoPro for Hamish McGrath. That would be my theory. Looks like a GoPro to me that's flapping around, and hopefully it's surviving pretty well. Those GoPros are very rigid. Down into turn 2 goes Costello. Holding that gap, he's not really extending it or not really reducing it either. So still a 1.9 second gap between him and Waller. A bit of a scrap going on between Irish Lee now and Hamish McGrath. McGrath maybe a little bit distracted by that GoPro, and he's coming under pressure from Irish Lee. Lee got to try and dive down the inside of turn 4. Didn't quite work for him. Teddy Patterson, he's got past Jet Randall there, so Patterson's starting to make some moves now. 6 laps to go here for Taylor Costello. Then we go back to Freddie Waller. And then we go back to Max Gosling. Then it's really the scraps to keep your eye on. Hamish McGrath and Irish Lee. Those two are duking it out. Teddy Patterson starting to go to close on those two as well. Let's see what Irish Lee can do here. Through turn 4. No, nothing you can do there. 5 laps to go here for Taylor Costello. New fastest lap for him as well. 35.539. Waller, a new fastest lap for him, but it's only a personal best at 35.636. So Waller starting to put in the efforts as well. Gosling not really catching up. He just did a 35.824. So he is 2 tenths off what Freddie Waller was doing, and 3 tenths off what Taylor Costello was doing there as well. Here, look at this. Teddy Patterson has joined this pack now, and he is battling it out with Irish Lee and Hamish McGrath. And look at that, on the inside of Hamish McGrath goes Teddy Patterson. Irish Lee gets the place, but Patterson not so lucky. Going down into the final corner. Patterson's going to try and make his way through now, with 4 laps to go here. And wheel to wheel around the outside for Irish Lee and Hamish McGrath, I should say. So Patterson set it down the inside. Hamish McGrath forced to the outside, and Patterson navigated that move perfectly. So really good move there from Teddy Patterson. 3 laps to go here for Taylor Costello. Then we go back to Freddie Waller. Then it's Max Gosling. 2 seconds now between Costello and Waller, and another 2 seconds between Waller and Gosling. Going back beyond that, Iris Lee, Teddy Patterson, those two are going to be scrapping it out. Patterson really got good long run pace here. Struggled in the short run those first couple of laps, but he has put the heater on in these last couple of laps. The long run pace of that car is very, very good. So Teddy Patterson starting to put some pressure on. Iris Lee now up the inside. Through turn 1, can he make the move? Stick he can. Great pass there from Teddy Patterson. Taylor Costello now moving through the final corner and coming up to take the last lap board for the final of the Cadet Rock class, brought to you by WKS Kartsport. Last lap board is out one more time around here for Taylor Costello. Freddie Waller, last lap for him as well, and Max Gosling, they all take the last lap board. And then it's the rest of the group, Patterson, Lee, McGrath, and Randall. Through turn 4 for the final time for Costello. And out of turn 5, he has navigated an absolutely perfect race. And he has navigated a perfect day as well into the final corner. Taylor Costello is going to take home the Cadet Rock final, and he does it in dominating fashion, 2 seconds ahead of Freddie Waller. Waller comes across the line into second, and we'll find out with Max Gosling, he comes home third, and it'll be Teddy Patterson making his finish in 4th, and then it'll be Iris Lee 5th, Hamish McGrath 6th, and Jet Randall in 7th. So a great race there from the Cadet Rock class, and a masterclass again from Taylor Costello. Fastest lap of that race went to Freddie Waller, 35.517 on that last lap. So good race there from the Cadet Rocks. Next up, it is the Briggs class, and that is brought to you by Moa Brewing. We'll have their final very shortly. Another quick turnaround here with the Briggs class. They're up next. They've got the Briggs Light and Briggs Heavy classes mixed in. So this will be a good 18-lap race here for the Briggs class. Rotax Junior, you are up next. Rotax Junior up next. So please make your way to the pit area. Rotax Junior to the pit area. So this final event for the Briggs class is brought to you by Moa Brewing. We'll have a good race there between the two classes, the Briggs Light and the Briggs Heavy. They'll be separated. The Briggs Light at the front, the Briggs Heavy at the back. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out here with Chris Cox and Ryan Jeffries. And then we go back to William Ruffle, Jonty Phillips, they're all getting themselves formed up, ready to go racing here for 18 laps for the Briggs class. And onto the straight they go, getting ready to be shown the start of the race. And we're underway, lights are out. Good start there from Chris Cox. He got into the lead. He's got William Ruffle right behind him. We go back to Ryan Jeffries. Round the outside is Ryan Jeffries. He's trying to make a pass on Jonty Phillips for that third spot. So Phillips not giving in, and Jeffries straight back down the inside, clatters the curb, and that's going to hold him up a wee bit. So Ryan Jeffries tried to make a smack bang move down the inside of Jonty Phillips, but he clattered the curb through turn 4, and he's been passed now by Glenn Mears, and Mears has gone past Ryan Jeffries. So Chris Cox, the current leader. Then we go back to William Ruffle, and then it's going to be Ryan Jeffries in 4th spot. He's got back by the 28 car Glenn Mears, and Jonty Phillips putting in a good performance at the moment. He's up to 3rd. So Phillips running 3rd. Fastest lap of this race so far, 36.067 from Chris Cox. Then we go back to William Ruffle in the 2nd spot. And he's being hounded by Jonty Phillips. Phillips trying to make his way by. Let's see if Jonty Phillips is able to make his way past. Look back. Andrew Goodser in the Brooks Heavy class. He's running a pretty good race at the moment. Bit of a scrap going on here. Jonty Phillips trying to go up the inside of William Ruffle, and he gets the move done. Great pass there from Jonty Phillips. So 14 laps to go here for the Briggs class. Chris Cox currently leading away. And we look back at Jonty Phillips. He's being hounded once again by William Ruffle. So he made a pass, but he's not really getting away. So not necessarily the quickest pass at the moment is Jonty Phillips. And we look back to Ryan Jeffries. Jeffries running a pretty decent race. Oh, here we go. William Ruffle trying the inside again. He's slipped off onto the grass. Here comes Ryan Jeffries. He's joined the party. So now three-way fight for the 2nd spot. So William Ruffle into 2nd. A little bit of contact made with Ryan Jeffries and Jonty Phillips. So those two running 2nd and 3rd right now. Phillips and Jeffries. Let's see if Jonty, who's interesting tactics there from Jonty Phillips, putting his head down to get maximum slipstream effect. It doesn't really work for him because here comes Ryan Jeffries up his inside through turn 2. A little bit of contact made again. Jonty Phillips forced off onto the grass almost, but he holds the place. So no love lost between Ryan Jeffries and Jonty Phillips. Good scrap going on between Louise Gridley, Glenn Mears, and couldn't see who that 3rd car was there. But good scrap going on for the 6th, 7th, 8th slots. So currently Chris Cox, pretty dominant race for him so far, hasn't been touched in the lead at this stage. Then we go back to William Ruffle, who's being hounded by Ryan Jeffries. Had a look to the inside to Jeffries. He's gotten past Jonty Phillips. So he's finally made a pass on Jonty Jonty Phillips that's stuck here. Now can Ryan Jeffries get past him? Here he goes. Jeffries trying the inside. Is he going to go to the outside? He's going to go to the inside. He's going to stick right behind William Ruffle. Into turn 4. How's this going to pan out? Jeffries holds on. And we look back. And Jonty Phillips. And it'll be William Ruffle. Going down the straight for 8 more times. 8 more laps for Chris Cox to finish the Briggs Heavy and Briggs Light final. In terms of the Briggs Heavy class, we'll get you an update on that when we flick the timing screens. Fastest lap for this race so far is Chris Cox at 35.822. Well, unfortunately, it looks like our timing screens have stuck on the last page there, so we won't be able to get you an exact update on the Briggs Heavy, but we'll try and do it via memory as we look through. Chris Cox, you can just see him getting through a couple of lap cars there. Then we go back to Ryan Jeffries, who's pulled a pretty big gap over to Jonty Phillips, and then we go back to William Ruffle. So we're looking at the Briggs Heavy class. Chris Harris, car 5. You can see him ahead of Kevin Barker there. Then we go back to Andrew Goodson in car 16. And then back to Christian O'Malley in car 24. And then it'll be Sam Rook in car 75. 5 laps to go here for Chris Cox. So a bit of lap traffic coming into play here for the drivers. The Briggs Heavy being led by Chris Harris. So Harris putting in a pretty good performance right now. Meanwhile, at the front of this field, Chris Cox, and then we go back to a bit of a scrap going on between William Ruffle and Jonty Phillips. Ruffle and Phillips, a little bit of contact exchange there. So again, no love lost between those two. And Ruffle and Phillips going down the straight. Let's see how this plays out, because those two are wheel to wheel consistently every lap. And it looks like Andrew Goodson has just got past Kevin Barker for that second spot in the Briggs Heavy class. And we go back. Chris Cox, 3 to go for Cox. Then we go back to Ryan Jeffries. Then we go back to William Ruffle. And Jonty Phillips trying to find his way through. So we've got 2 laps to go here for Chris Cox. Then we go back to Ryan Jeffries. And we look at William Ruffle, who's trying to hold on to that 3rd spot. He's being hounded. Being hounded by Jonty Phillips at this stage. Ryan Jeffries now going quite quick. He's got a fastest lap in for him at the moment at 35.666 for Ryan Jeffries with 1 lap to go here. And this Briggs final race here. Chris Cox into 4 for the final time. Jeffries into 4 for the final time. And a bit of a scrap going on still. Ruffle holding on, but here comes, a bit of contact there from Jonty Phillips, and now he's going to get moved back by William Ruffle. So Ruffle ruffling a few feathers there as they go down into turn 6. Checker flag in the air. Chris Cox will take home the Briggs final. It will be Chris Cox taking that one, and we'll go back to Ryan Jeffries, then William Ruffle, and then it will be Jonty Phillips, and we'll get you the rest of the field when we can. Toby Elvey in the 5th spot, then we go back to Louise Gridley. Glenn Mears, then Jackie Ballas, and it'll be Danny Aitken, and our timing screens have flipped up once again. So that was a good race there from the Briggs class for their final race. Then we go back to the Rotax Junior for their next race. So Rotax Junior up next for their final. We'll be back with that very shortly. All right, we've got our Rotax Junior on to the track for their final race. This one's brought to you by Degree 43 Hot Tubs. So another 18 lapper here, and we'll be interested to see how this plays out with the likes of Levi McMillan and Zach Tucker, Henry Fisher, Ben Gormack, Robbie Batts. Those drivers are very much up the front of this field, and they've always been quite consistent, so it'll be interesting to see how this will play out with them. All right, well, it looks like it'll be Zach Tucker on the front run alongside him. It's going to be Henry Fisher. And then we go back to Ben Gormack, and then alongside him, Levi McMillan, the reigning Mainland Series champion, coming from the 4th spot. So let's see what Levi McMillan's able to do here. In these 18 laps, he was consistent in Heat 2 and the pre-final, so let's see if he can get another race win here. Lights are out, run away. Good start from Zach Tucker. He's clear to lead, and he's got one car now right behind him. And it looks like that's going to be Henry Fisher sitting into the 2nd spot. Here comes Levi McMillan up the inside. He's gotten past Ben Gormack. So good pass there from Levi McMillan. So he's managed to get past Ben Gormack, and he's done that quite nicely. Going down the main straight here for the first of 18 laps. And it's going to be Zach Tucker, your leader. We go back to Henry Fisher. And then we go back to Levi McMillan. And then we go back to Ben Gormack, those front 4. Definitely one to watch. A little bit of contact there from Louis Smith to Fletcher Lowe. Fletcher Lowe almost forced off into the grass and into the tyres there, so he was very lucky to avoid that. So going down now into turn 2. Levi McMillan, the fastest lap holder right now, 31.653. And he's just gotten around, he's trying to fight Henry Fisher here for a second. He got around him now, down the inside, easy as you like. So a very good pass there from Levi McMillan, easy as you like, down into turn 5. So he's navigated that one quite nicely. Now, next target to him is going to be Zach Tucker. So Levi McMillan on course for another win in the final here for the Rotax Junior class. And Levi McMillan, he's starting to close in on Zach Tucker. So McMillan really starting to make some inroads into this lead now. He's starting to eat away at that advantage that Tucker had. Tucker, though, goes faster. 31.348. He knows what's behind him, and he knows it's not going to be good if he gets to him. So it's Tucker holding on to the lead over McMillan. Then we go back to Henry Fisher. Then it'll be Ben Gormack. A little bit of contact there between Louis Smith and Josh Hill. So Louis Smith in the walls once again, a bit of contact there for him. Through turn 2, a little bit of slide there on entry for Zach Tucker. May have cost him a little bit of time to Levi McMillan. Oh. Almost contact there for Ryan Gallagher and Angus Wilson. Those two went wheel to wheel, and Gallagher almost got Angus Wilson off onto the grass. McMillan goes fastest once again, 31.152 for Levi McMillan. Going down at turn 4. McMillan holding on to second at the moment. Bit of a battle pack further back. 12 laps to go here. Now 11 for Levi McMillan to try and catch up to Zach Tucker. He's trying everything he's got. Last lap by. Zach Tucker did a 31.172. McMillan at 31.169. They are very, very close on the lap times. This is going to come down to the very last lap. Or is it? McMillan's closing in. McMillan's closing in. He's trying to find a way through. Oh, more contact there for Josh Hill. He's been moved out of the way by Charlie Steele. Josh Hill's been, he's in the wars a bit there as well. Louis Smith and Josh Hill, but in the wars there at the moment. So, Zach Tucker. 10 laps to go for Tucker to hold on. McMillan goes even faster that last time, 31.137. Levi McMillan is really pushing it at the moment. And a little bit of a bump and run there from Louis Smith to the back of Angus Wilson. Smith just sent it straight into the back of Wilson there and tried to move him out of the way. Not quite working out for him. And Zach Tucker currently holding on, but McMillan's going quicker every single lap. He's just done another fastest lap of this race, 31.122. McMillan, he is right at the back of Tucker now. Zach Tucker going to come under some serious pressure from Levi McMillan here. Oh, bit of contact there from Buster Bailey to Charlie Steele. Buster Bailey just sending it in there, maybe making a little bit of contact with Charlie Steele. So we've got 8 laps to go here for Zach Tucker. He is being chased down by Levi McMillan every single corner of this track. 31.092, the new fastest lap of this race by Levi McMillan. McMillan goes even faster than he did before. So he is really pushing it at this stage. Oh, almost 3 wide going through turn 5. A couple of the back markers trying to make it 3 wide. Luckily they didn't, because that would have been ended in calamity. And McMillan, it's the first lap after maybe 5 laps that he hasn't gone fastest. McMillan's still faster than Tucker though. Zach Tucker is going to need a miracle to hold on to this, because McMillan is right there with him now. Going down the inside is a possibility. Going around the outside is a possibility. Let's see what McMillan's going to do. He's going to try around the outside through turn 2. Now going to go through a switchback move. Through turn 3. McMillan, he's going to have to try everything. He's throwing everything at the kitchen sink at him. He's got 5 laps to do it. McMillan has 5 laps to get him. And he's right on the tail of Zach Tucker now. Tucker has to make that kart as wide as he can. Defend like his life depends on it. McMillan trying the outside again. Switchback move. Still, he's forced Tucker a little bit wide. Tucker shuts the door on him. McMillan now just he sends it down the inside. Levi McMillan, he forced him into a mistake and he sent him down the inside. So Levi McMillan, it took him quite a few laps to get there, but he's managed to do it, and he's back into the lead of the race. 4 laps to go for Levi McMillan to hold on to this one now. Took him 14 laps to make the pass, but he made it, and he made it very cleanly. Down the inside, just forced him into an error, and that just led to Zach Tucker sliding into the second spot. Ryan Gallagher having a good scrap there with Layla Nicholson. Nicholson running a great race there in 6th. Lobby back. Yeah, the only car ahead of her at the moment. So 3 laps to go here for Levi McMillan. Zach Tucker still trying to hold on to him. McMillan just a little bit quicker than him that last time by. 2 tenths quicker. Tucker still trying to get everything he's got. Layla Nicholson trying to hold on to Ryan Gallagher. Ryan Gallagher trying to hold on to Layla Nicholson, I should say. Trying to get around her, but it's proving a bit tough for him at this stage of the race. 2 laps to go here for Levi McMillan. He's holding on to a decent lead over Zach Tucker, but it's not enough to justify it. Any mistakes? He cannot make a mistake right now, because otherwise Zach Tucker will be straight back through. Layla Nicholson is doing a great job defending, holding on to Ryan Gallagher at the moment. But Gallagher is struggling to make a pass on her at the moment. Last lap borders out for one more time around for Levi McMillan. Going into turn number 3, McMillan holding on to the first spot, but here comes Zach Tucker. Can he make anything stick? Any efforts to get the first spot for Zach Tucker is going to flounder out here as they go out of turn 4. Sorry, out of turn 6. And Levi McMillan is going to capture the checkered flag, and McMillan will win the Rotax Junior final over Zach Tucker, who's fought to the very, very end. And then we go back to Henry Fisher in the 3rd spot, and we'll try and figure out who's in 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, because that was a raging battle all race long. Levi McMillan sent a absolutely blind-driven move, forced Zach Tucker into an error, and stole that lead and never looked back. So McMillan from Tucker, Fisher. Then we go back to Ben Gormack. And we just want to wait for our screen to flip back after that one. Yeah, great race there from the Rotax Junior. So McMillan, Tucker, Fisher, Gormack, Bat. We go Nicholson, Gallagher, Smith, Wilton, and Buster Bailey rounding off the top 10. So a really good race there from the Rotax Juniors. Next up is the Open class. So the Open class next up, and that will be a pretty good race there as well. We'll be back for that very shortly. All right, we've got our open class now on the track for their final. 7 cars on the track for this one with 18 laps the distance. Looking forward to a good race. And up next after this one is the Vortex Mini Rock. So please make sure the Vortex Mini Rock cars are at the grids for your next race, your final race. All right, we're going to get them gridded up and ready to go racing this time by for the open class final. Jacob Douglas looking to win this final after dominating the weekend so far. Can he win the final race of the day for the open class? Or would it be Miles Finlay or Matt Hamilton? Let's find out. Lights are out. We're underway. Going down into turn 2. It's going to be Jacob Douglas holding the lead. Then we go back to Miles Finlay. Then it will be Matt Hamilton. Then it will be Scott Walker. Then we go back to Hamish Carpenter. Now down into the final corner. It's going to be Jacob Douglas starting to pull away here. Douglas with the advantage. Following him, Miles Finlay. Then we go back to Matt Hamilton. Scott Waller. Then we go back to Hamish Carpenter. Bo Lee. We're missing Kyle Rowe, I think, at the back of the field. He's not here. So Douglas holding on to the advantage at this stage. And we go back to Miles Finlay. And it'll be Matt Hamilton into third. 29.716 for Jacob Douglas. So his fastest lap of the race, 29.716. Miles Finlay in second at 29.834. So Miles Finlay doing a nice job for a second. Then we go back to Matt Hamilton. And then we go back to Scott Waller. And then we go back to Hamish Carpenter in the fifth spot. So Jacob Douglas, storming away up front. Miles Finlay keeping in touch. We go back to Matt Hamilton. Then we go back to Scott Waller. Scott is trying to hold off Hamish Carpenter at this stage. So 13 laps to go here now for Jacob Douglas, 29.480, his new fastest lap of the race. Finlay, a 29.588, his best lap of the race. So Jacob Douglas putting in a pretty good performance at the moment. He's 1.2 seconds clear of Miles Finlay. Matt Hamilton in third. We go back to Scott Water and Hamish Carpenter. And then we go to Bo Lee. Miles Finlay just did his personal best fastest lap that last time by 29.526. He's still 2 tenths off what Jacob Douglas' fastest lap was. So Douglas continuing to set the pace at the moment at 1.45 second gap between him and Miles Finlay. Then we go back to Matt Hamilton and Scott Waller. And then it'll be Hamish Carpenter, Bo Lee rounding off the field at this stage. Miles Finlay really trying to catch him up, but it's a bit difficult with how fast Jacob Douglas is at this stage. So Jacob Douglas absolutely running away with this. Another stonking performance from Jacob Douglas. We've seen so many great races from him today. Great heat race 1 this morning, great heat race 2 this morning, great pre-final, now he's putting together a great final race. And we expect more of the same tomorrow. Jacob Douglas putting in some great performances as of late. Very, very impressive racing from Jacob Douglas. So the front three lapping the 29s. The fastest time, of course, from Jacob Douglas, 29.340. Miles Finlay in second at 29.526. And then Matt Hamilton at 29.831. 7 laps to go for Jacob Douglas. Now coming up to 6 laps to go for him. Bit of a slide there for Bo Lee as he exits turn 4, but he managed to keep it very nicely together. Five laps to go here for Jacob Douglas. Putting on an absolute masterclass performance as Jacob Douglas. He's done the whole field. Miles Finlay putting in a nice performance as well. Putting in some good consistent lap times. Matt Hamilton in third. Doing some good laps as well. He's actually just set a 29.898, so he's very close to matching his best time. Four laps to go here for Jacob Douglas. Now 3 for Jacob Douglas. The laps are running out for Miles Finlay, Matt Hamilton, Scott Waller, Hamish Carpenter, Bo Lee to catch him up and try and win this race. Jacob Douglas now coming out of turn number 5, and it's turn 6. One more time around here for Jacob Douglas, looking to cap off what has been a perfect day for Jacob Douglas. He's won every single race in this class. All day long, he's put on a great performance. And he's now going to put Bo Lee one lap down before he even finishes this race as well. So a stunning performance from Jacob Douglas. And into the final corner. Actually won't put Bo Lee a lap down, but it doesn't matter because he's still going to take the checker flag, and Jacob Douglas will win the open race, final race for the open class. So what a great performance that was from Jacob Douglas. He'll take home that one. Miles Finlay in second, then we go back to Matt Hamilton, then Scott Waller, Hamish Carpenter, and then we'll round off the field with Bo Lee. Next up is the Vortex Mini Rock class, and that will be another 18-lap final race there. That one's going to be a very good one. Looking forward to seeing how Nixon Cripps, George Tucker, and Ivor Spence negotiate that one. We'll be back with that very shortly. And another quick turnaround here for the Vortex Mini Rock class. They're out on track right now for their final race, and we'll get their grid draws very shortly. All right, folks, we've got 4 races down, 3 to go in this afternoon's Garden City Championships, brought to you by LiquorLand Wigram. And remember, a whole new day tomorrow as well. So make sure you come along and join us for that. It's going to be a great day tomorrow. So looking forward to seeing how that one goes out. But right now, it is the Vortex Mini Rock class, brought to you by Christian O'Malley and Mike Farrow Real Estate. This is their final race. 18 laps the distance here. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Nixon Cripps? Is it going to be George Tucker? Is it going to be Ivor Spence? Or is it going to be someone else? Maybe Magny Whittle. We're going to come and find out as we make our way down the main straight. Let's get ready to race here. And we're underway, lights are out. Good start from Nixon Cripps there. He's clear to the lead. Ivor Spence moves into the second spot. Then we go back to Magny Whittle. And then George Tucker has dropped behind Will Finch and Aaron Lee, it looks like, there as well. And he's just going to, he's been bumped out of the way a little bit by Aaron, Will Finch, I should say. But he's made it past both cars. Going down the main straight now. Complete 1 of 17, Nixon Cripps has a 0.3 of a second lead over Ivor Spence and Magny Whittle. Those three are pretty close together at this point. Anything could happen between them. Bit of an overtake there going on between Jet O'Malley and I believe that's Josh Steele, or maybe Jossie Weir. Yeah, that was Jossie Weir. So good pass there from Jet O'Malley on Jossie Weir. So Nixon Cripps, you're currently, he's now 5/10 clear of Ivor Spence in second. His fastest lap at 34.223. Spence at 34.379. And looks like Magny Whittle has just sent it down the inside on Ivor Spence. So a good pass there from Magni Whittle. Down the straight. 15 more to go for Nixon Cripps. Ivor Spence in the second spot. And we look back, Magni Whittle and Ivor Spence dueling it out again. Spence gets the place that time. Can Whittle come back at him? And Whittle tries down the inside through turn 4. Here comes Spence around the outside for turn 5, and Magni Whittle gets the place done. Then we look back. And Will Finch and Aaron Lee, the 49 to 79, battling it out. So those two are having a great ding-dong battle at it. Will Finch and Aaron Lee. Let's see who comes out on top on that one. And it's going to be Will Finch holding on. So Nixon Cripps really dominating this one at the moment. And oh, look at that, another move from Ivor Spence. He just sends it down the inside on Magni Whittle. George Tucker now joining that fight. So that's going to be a great fight there as well. George Tucker joining that battle. Oh, we've got one off, so it looks like maybe a bit of contact going on there. Trying to work out who that may have been. And we'll work that out in a little bit. May have been Jed O'Malley and Josh Steele potentially. That potentially could have been what was the off there. Move down the inside from Jed O'Malley on Fraser Hodge. Did he get that pass done? Nice work there from Jed O'Malley. 12 laps to go here for Nixon Cripps. He's got 12 more times around here, and then he is clear. Ivor Spence holding on, but here comes George Tucker. Tucker trying to attack him. And George Tucker is going right around the outside. He has to hold on to that place for now. So not going to work for him there. Battles of plenty throughout the pack. Will Finch and Aaron Lee, those two are going wheel to wheel at it. And it looks like Finch may have gotten down on that one. They're still going wheel to wheel down the straight. Aaron Lee and Will Finch are not giving up on this one. Down the straight. 11 to go for these two. And it looks like it may have been Aaron Lee that got out on top on that one. Will Finch is going to have to try and come back at him somehow. Nixon Cripps holds on to the lead. Another great move from George Tucker. He sends it down the inside through turn 4 on Ivor Spence, and he's going to hold on to that place for now. Going down the main straight one more time again. And it looks like we're going to have George Tucker into the second spot, and then we go back to Ivor Spence, and then Magni Whittle. And then it will be Aaron Lee, who's pulled a pretty significant gap over Will Finch. Nixon Cripps continues to lead. He's got 10 more times around. Coming up to 9 laps to go for Nixon Cripps. Will Finch is trying to find alternate lines here. He's trying to find a way around Aaron Lee, trying to find some alternate lines to work for him. Magni Whittle, new fastest over the race for him, a 34.028 for Magni Whittle. So he's got some good pace at this stage, so let's see how that plays out. Nixon Cripps holding on to the lead at the moment with a gap of 2.5 seconds almost to George Tucker behind him. Then we go back to Ivor Spence, and then we go back to Magni Whittle. Aaron Lee holding a good place over Will Finch at the moment. Eight laps to go here for Nixon Cripps. He's now coming up on 7 laps to go. George Tucker coming under some serious pressure from Ivor Spence at this stage. Great racing going on here throughout the field. Fraser Hodges and Teo Camilo Nunes are having a good scrap at it. So 6.5 laps to go here for Nixon Cripps. Ivor Spence takes the new fastest lap of the race. He's got a 33.923. He's trying to make his way around George Tucker. It's proving difficult for him to find a way around George Tucker at the stage. What a send down the inside from Theo Camilo Nunez, but Fraser Hodges was not having any of that, and he holds on to that place. 5.5 to go for Nixon Cripps. Shake of the head there from Jossie Weir, so not too happy it seems with something. As we go with 4 laps to go here. 4.5 I should say for Nixon Cripps. Coming through turn number 5. And George Tucker holding on over Ivor Spence right now, but only just. Spence is putting up the charge of his life to try and pass him in the moment. Oh, sends down the inside from Theo Cannibal Nunez on Emma Gallagher, but that didn't quite work out for him. He lost a couple of places and all of that. Still scrapping going on. Ivor Spence has managed to get past George Tucker once again. So good pass there from Ivor Spence. Coming up on 3 laps to go here for Nixon Cripps. He's put on a great race all day long, put in some great performances, great moves, great overtaking, and now he's absolutely dominated this race here. Ivor Spence 2.7 seconds back behind him, so really doesn't have a chance of passing him unless there's some sort of super speed that he's got in the next 3 laps. Down the straight, making it 2 to go for Nixon Cripps. So Ivor Spence holds the fastest lap right now, 33.923. Nixon Cripps, the second fastest lap, a 33.980. Then it's going to be George Tucker, 33.993. So they're all so close on times, but only separated by a couple of hundredths. And you can just see that with George Tucker and Ivor Spence. Those two are battling very, very hard right now. It's going to be difficult for Ivor Spence to hold on to that place with George Tucker's pace right now. Can he hold on to it? We'll have to wait and see. Last lap is out for Nixon Cripps. And he's going to try and bring this around one more time to secure this win here. Into turn 4 for the final time for Nixon Cripps. And into 5. He's pretty clean. Put in a dominant race there for Nixon Cripps. Over 2 seconds, almost 3 seconds ahead of Ivor Spence. And he's now going to come home to the checkered flag, and Nixon Cripps will take home the Vortex Mini Rock Class final race here on the Garden City Championships weekend. So Nixon Cripps gets it over Ivor Spence. Then we go back to George Tucker. Then we Maggie Whittle, Aaron Lee. Then we go back to Will Finch, Jet O'Malley, Max Jarr, Oliver Dennison, and it looks like we'll probably finish off our field with Jossie Weir in the top 10. So that was a great race there from the Vortex Mini Rock Class. And next up is going to be our Rotex Heavy Class, and we'll be back with that very shortly. Also just an announcement, the shop will be closing in 2 minutes, so get your last purchases in before that does close. And we'll be back very shortly for Rotex Heavy for their final race. Alrighty, another quick turnaround there with the Rotax Heavy class. That one brought to you by Norwood, New Zealand. So 2 more final races for the day. We've got the Rotax Heavy, and then we've got Rotax Lights next up. So please, the Rotax Lights to the dummy grids, please. The Rotax Lights to the dummy grid. And we'll get them running very shortly in the next 10 minutes or so. So we're going to get our Rotax Heavy drivers gridded up. And Thomas Emerson, this is the moment he's been waiting for. Put in a very much a perfect weekend so far. And he just needs to cap off the day with a final win. And I'm sure he'll be very happy with his performance today. Kevin Barker, Shane Madsen, those two would be interesting to watch. And Simon Hunter, a little bit further back on the grid than he'd probably like to. But nonetheless, he will be one to watch for sure. Into the final corner to start off the second last race of the day. The final race for our Rotax Heavy class. 18 laps of distance. Let's go. Lights are out. And we're underway. Looks like a good start there from Thomas Emerson. And he's clear to the lead ahead of Simon Hunter. Hunter, what a great start he's had. And he's up a couple places into second spot. Then we go back to Kevin Barker. And then it's going to be Neil Shearer, it looks like. Then we go back to Darren French. Oh, over the curb there for Paul Hughes. Hughes is getting it all wrong at turn 4, going over the curb. That would have been very uncomfortable for him. So that one complete for Thomas Emerson. So he's got 1 of 17 down. Another 17 to go for him. 33.027 his last lap by. Hunter 33.199. Madsen up to 5th at the moment. And he is currently sitting at 5th ahead of Paul Hughes. Darren French has got back a spot to Hughes. $16 laps to go here for the Norwood, New Zealand Rotax Heavy Final. Thomas Emerson is being chased down by Simon Hunter. Hunter with the fastest lap of the race last time by, 31.940. Could be starting to heat up and maybe heating up a bit more than Thomas Emerson would like. But 15 laps to go for Thomas Emerson. He's just stolen that, the fastest lap of this race, 31.629. Hunter, 31.839. And Kevin Parker at 31.989. Going through turn 4, pretty much as you were right now. Shane Madsen and Paul Hughes, those two are going to be very close on track right now. Let's see what Shane Madsen can do. Only ran the pre-final, I don't think he actually managed to get out in one of the heats, get more than one lap, and had an incident in heat 1, and didn't make heat 2. Now he's back in the final here, and he's putting on a great performance, trying to hold off Paul Hughes. See if Paul Hughes can do anything here. Oh, big slide, and we go run off. Peter Richardson had a slide, and Ian Carter could not avoid that, and he has slid off into the grass. So he's going to try and get that running, if he can. No, he's going to fall off to the side, so that's really unfortunate for Ian Carter there. So he's going to go straight to the safety of the infield. Thomas Emerson is being chased down by Simon Hunter. This is not what he wanted to see. Hunter is right there with him. Simon Hunter has the fastest lap of this race right now. 31.494 for Simon Hunter. He is putting in some stonking performances. Goes even faster. 31.487. Thomas Emerson has had a near perfect weekend. Is he about to lose this with 11 laps to go to Simon Hunter? Down into turn 4. Hunter right out to the bumper. And a walk to the inside through turn 5. No moves available there for him. We're going to go down the main straight here. Let's see what Simon Hunter can do into the next couple of laps. Is he able to make a move? Emerson goes quick, but not quick enough. 31.532 is new personal best. It's still over a tenth of a second off what Hunter's personal best is. Here comes Simon Hunter down the inside. Through turn 4, he gets the move done. But Simon Hunter takes the lead away. So Thomas Emerson's next perfect weekend could be about to end here. And Simon Hunter, your new race leader, with 9 laps to go here. Thomas Emerson chasing him down every step of the way. He had a look through turn 1, has to back out of it. In through turn 2, had a look again, had to back out of it. Door was shut on him. Into turn 3 now. Hunter acutely defending. Now he goes down into turn 5. Thomas Emerson won't like the sight of this. 8 laps to go here for Simon Hunter. Can he hold on to it? Hunter was faster than Emerson that last time by. So Emerson is struggling a bit for pace here at this stage. Simon Hunter through turn 5, holding on to it for now. Now we go down into turn number 6. Hunter's going to come up under a bit of lap traffic here. Going to come up to the back of Peter Richardson. So he's going to need to navigate Peter Richardson very carefully, and he's been held up by Peter Richardson here. So wasn't able to make him move past him. He has to pass him here now, and that's going to bring Thomas Emerson right back into this. Emerson right back under the bumper of Simon Hunter. He's right back in attacking range, but can he stay in attacking range? He's got 6 laps to try and make a pass here. Now going into turn number 2. What can Simon Hunter do if he can defend all for all his might? Thomas Emerson's trying everything he can right now. Oh, he's closed up right to the bumper through turn 4. Later on the brakes for Emerson. Didn't quite work from there. Down the straight once more. 5 laps to go for Simon Hunter. And he's going to go down through turn 2. Now down the hill into turn number 3. What can Thomas Emerson do? Can he try and send a move through turn 4? No, has to back out of that one. Going through turn 5. And into the final corner. Oh, Hunter had a little of a bad exit going out of turn 6, I should say. 4 laps to go here for Thomas Emerson to try and make something happen. He was faster than Hunter that last time by. 31.538 for Thomas Emerson to Hunter's 31.590. Let's see what Thomas can do going through these last couple of corners. Trying to make it a 4th win in a row, but Hunter is ready to stop that happening. Down the straight, 3 laps to go here for Simon Hunter. Holding on to the lead, and he's extended that lead a little bit more. Emerson later on the brakes, but it's not going to work for him there. He's lost a lot of time to Hunter now. Probably too much time for him to attack in these last 2 laps. Two laps to go for Simon Hunter. Now into turn number 2. Down the hill, turn into turn 3. Hunter runs a bit wider through there. Didn't really work for him. He gained a bit on exit, but not too much. More brought Thomas Emerson into the swing of things here. Going down into the final corner. One more time around here for Simon Hunter. And it looks like Simon Hunter is going to disrupt the winning streak of Thomas Emerson. And he's going to bring home a victory here at this stage. But can Thomas Emerson throw one last bite of the cherry at it? Right at the curb through turn 4. Couldn't make anything stick through turn 5. He do anything through turn 6 now. He can't make anything work. Down the straight, Simon Hunter is going to get done. Checker flag in here. Simon Hunter will take home the Rotax Heavy class for their final race. He'll disrupt the winning streak of Thomas Emerson, and he'll hold on to that win after a great pass from him. And wow, what a great race that was from Simon Hunter. So your top 10, Hunter, Emerson, Barker, Madsen, Hughes, French, Shearer, Gooding, Sivak, and then we go back to Peter Richardson. Wow, great race there. We go on to the Rotax Light class next up. And that will be for their final race and the final race of today's Garden City Championships event. So it's just been a little bit of a delay as we get Ian Carter's car off the track. So we'll just wait for the officials to get that all sorted out, and then we'll get our Rotax Light cars onto the track. All right, time for the final event of the day. It's the Rotax Light Final. But before we get into that, make sure you do support the people that support us, so especially LiquorLand Wigram for their support for this great event. And, of course, all the sponsors of the classes. So WKS Kartsport, Christian O'Malley, Mike Perro Real Estate, Degree 43 Hot Tubs, Fiendwork Pavers, Norwood New Zealand, and Moa Brewing. Please do support them as they do make motorsport accessible for a lot of people. And if we didn't have them, we wouldn't be running this event. So your grid draw is going to be on pole in 92 of Matt Templeton. Then it'll be the South Island Championship car of Caleb Cross. Then we go back to the 12 of Chris Cox. Then the 24 of Jacob Early. 64 of Riley Gregg. Then we go back to Archie Dampier Crossley in the 56. 14 of Josh Rushbatch. And then we go back to 9 of Ollie Workman. Then Miles Finlay in the 6. Mandela Pluck in the 4. That will be your top 10 on the grid. There's other cars beyond that, of course, but we're going to focus on the top 10 just for that, because there is a lot of cars in this field. We're about to go racing as well. So we're going to get them all gridded up here for the start. 18 laps for the Rotax light final. The 4 cars that we should be looking at for Templeton, Cross, Cox and Finlay. And lights are out, we're underway. Good start there from Mac Templeton. He's cleared to the lead. So Templeton cleared the lead. Bit of a kerfuffle in the middle field. We'll have to wait and see who that was. Looks like that may have been car 24, Jacob Early, dropping all the way back. And it's all very tight through the midfield, but Templeton, he's away clear at the front. And a little bit of contact there from Ollie Workman and Mandela Pluck and Workman making a little bit of contact through turn 4. Going down the main straight now. 17 laps to go, lap 1 completed for Templeton. 32.931 his last time by. So setting us some good pace early on. We go back to Chris Cox, then we go back to Caleb Cross, and then Riley Gregg. And we go back to Miles Finlay, who's actually just got by Riley Gregg as well. So Finlay trying to make his way up. Caleb Cross moves up into second. So Cross is up to second now. Templeton is going to have to try and pull away, because Caleb Cross is going to be very, very quick from now on out. He's got clear and air in front of him for a little bit. Templeton's pulled out a 1.2 second gap. This is, of course, is a guy we're talking about who's had so much experience in karts. He's now a Mazda Racing Series driver. So let's see what Matt Templeton's able to do here. Very much as you were with these drivers at the moment. Remaining a bit of a single file train at this stage. 15 laps to go for Matt Templeton. He holds his gap at 1.2 seconds. He's got the fastest lap of this race so far, 31.454. There we go back to Caleb Cross, 31.516. And then Chris Cox, 31.754. And then Miles Finlay, 31.590. 14 laps to go for Templeton. Caleb Cross, new fastest lap of the race, 31.130. So Cross starting to close in. 1.1 second is exactly the gap now between Templeton and Cross. So Cross has eliminated 2/10 of that. Templeton's going to have to try and pull out as big of a gap as he can and then make that kart as
this one, and then 2/10 by the end of the next one, and then he'll be right within striking distance of Mac Templeton. This one, and then 2/10 by the end of the next one, and then he'll be right within striking distance of Mac Templeton. Let's see what the gap is at the end of this lap. Will it be 4/10? Will he have eliminated another 2/10 of the lap? He has. Caleb Cross, 4/10 now. Behind Matt Templeton. He's going to close this gap to 2/10. Then it will be 0/10. And then it will be a pass for the lead for Caleb Cross. Down into the final corner. Big move there from Connor Peel on the inside of Jeff Lee. He's in that one. And what did I say? Gap was 2 seconds. Gap was going to be 2/10. It is 2/10. Caleb Cross is now in striking distance. He can now make a move on Matt Templeton for the lead of this race. Will Templeton defend as hard as he can, or will this be an easy pass for Caleb Cross? And another move up the inside. That is going to be Connor Peel up the inside on Kobe Weir. It's a good pass there from Connor Peel. And wheel to wheel for the lead. Caleb Cross up the inside on Templeton, and he gets the move done. Smart driving there from Caleb Cross. Templeton trying to come back at him now. So go down the hill into turn number 4. And Cross. Caleb Cross, he's got it, and he's got it all sorted. So Caleb Cross holds on to the lead now, and he has got it by a pretty slim margin. He's extended that gap quite substantially, 4/10 in the state of 1 lap. Caleb Cross has passed Max Templeton, and he's extended that gap to 4/10. Chris Cox, your new fastest lap holder, 30.993, so he's going to put some pressure on Matt Templeton as well. So Chris Cox right within striking distance now of Matt Templeton. Seven laps to go here for Caleb Cross. Can Templeton hold Cox off? Let's see. So Caleb Cross, 0.8 of a second now in front of Matt Templeton. Templeton is now only a 1/10 of a second in front of Chris Cox. So Cox is right there. He is now putting the pressure on Matt Templeton. Kobe Weir trying to get past Josh Rushbatch. Weir trying to make a move there, but not going to happen there for him. Templeton gained a little bit on Chris Cox that time by, but Cox is still looming large there at the back of behind him. 4.5 laps to go for Caleb Cross. So Caleb Cross, now 4 laps to go for the South Island champion. Can he hold on and grab a final win here in the Rotax light class? Templeton holding on over Cox. Here comes Miles Finlay. Finlay's joining the party. Templeton goes wide. Holds on to it. So Caleb Cross, 3 laps to go now. Templeton is second. Then we go back to Chris Cox. And then it's going to be Miles Finlay. Two laps to go very shortly for Caleb Cross. He's making this a very easy race. Down the inside goes Jacob Early on Mandela Park. They're going to be able to make that one stick. They're still going wheel to wheel out of the final corner. Looks like Early may have got that one done. Cross still leading. He has got a substantial margin, 1.6 seconds over Templeton. Templeton really starting to hold up Cox and Finlay now. Last lap board is out for Caleb Cross. One more time around for him. Into turn 2 for the last time. Templeton holding off Cox and Finlay. He's trying to hold on. Can he hold on long enough to reach the chicken flag? Cox trying to make a move around the outside. Trying to make another pass around the outside. Not going to work for him. Caleb Cross out of the final corner. He has absolutely obliterated the field in this one. Caleb Cross takes the chicken flag and he will win the for Rotat's light final. And then we go back to Max Templeton, a solid and valiant effort to finish in second. Then we go back to Chris Cox. Then it's Miles Finlay. And then it will be Ollie Workman, Riley Gregg, Jacob Early, Mandela Pluck, Archie Dampier Crossley. And then it will be Louis Bell. Wow, that should wrap up the LiquorLand Wigram Garden City Championships for today. And we'll be back again tomorrow for that one, so make sure you come join us then. But in the meantime, thanks very much for coming today, and we'll see you all very much tomorrow for another great day of racing.